Only me share momna me wo fie nyina na metie o. Ujumedi awudi na metie enti my used to. Okay. Yeah, your line of questioning send I will see 100 program and I think say a bit me flow together.
Medase. Medase nedi kind of mame encha wetie for bi. Na obi mezozo memo mabaso say no production team. MS Brano Ghana for betting ya koso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen. Yes.
Na akoye Ekosiisen so yidie. Na asi ebusa se ehin na ne mana kosi.
Asempa FM
Ekosiisen medase.
Na make
say yaw ai we yemu ne ebufu ai we yemu. Say e ya den say ye dey react amana broso a enhwa na ajinsem. Nti ye share ho say asopa de enche asemti nti yeso ye mofra etiase papa no mo ina me ne o ye ga ne say ye misa abikasi bia ye stand kesi dia ni bisa adwuma ya ye enha ketwa ne ye pe ye o se ne saka ne staff edi
Asempa
FM fashion o sanka because they can't tell them to come to next year you medi and the issue na yen data assistance also omuntu wana
the teachers involved no mododo be saying
6,249
6,249
both colleges and that of
universities
no teachers omodo also pay university form
okay
and there's a 2,000 plus
and ni nyina no e be 10 months, maybe a 12 months, maybe a 14 months, any other.
Yeah.
Wow. Throughout this period, now has there been a point? What sorry and no pa and no who say okay teacher ni.
Bibri. When you meet here, for some mechanics, we are no class. I know how. Let me say I think can be. Because then you pass where you juma when the bishop. When you need a show be ye no buna fenya shabra basi na
Asempa FM
kapri o skuma e ka validation aba na on te for me tiafo o staff no since e me koyi na nya wudi kura no ayedi so beto shi kura no sika ni ho no de bia o da me bi so for na so feel abushafo ache o mo kura na ayedi se be se na so akoya free
or be pesca.
Then a and the wholesome since and your bushman back. No bushman 14 months and over. They only started in 18 months in year.
Oh,
can you just believe that?
Oh,
into our ha. Senipano or 10 whom are stressed they are in the homeres. Into here or da woman at the tradesman ain't few honor. Ah, not any Ghana for the year and see. Okay, na enye ofufro kra onye Ghana ni na say foreigner obi a na ya humponi odono yi yeah
enti for most of you no schools na mo trade and schools na mama accommodation on
say bi mo bi dia e be kakra bi but dodo na
rent
on their own o man kasa na handle
and then so na rent bo on nam eyi
last week madam for lady back the rent just 1 year 5,000 cities. 5,000.
Ewo corona or what sort trade no?
And the hin or the hand the hin or the
Asempa FM.
Imagine say you can 1 year you could be 2 years. Send out as a channel here. Let's say nipa we waka ne kasa boache ne yemi say Osemba bonchen ebe protest ebe ka ho asem say woni na ni nti
oba twa so
osi da bi oba bonchen be ka goma emani nedi nkeyi ndi na ka say ya we say dwuma bia mra wo ejitu square ko e pra no emani aboyen ho ba ye de adwuma de be du sa dra pay
yes
is only say na no e wo ho sa dia Ghana na so kire se say oduma ni bia no e ka tua no ti ma ne saka o ni birim isi tama open na uchiaka Ghana labor laws also some paper na and also
Yeah.
The other say yempe ne to yempe no Ghana Constitution Article 24 clause 1 the catcher say you can't be over. Every person has the right to work under satisfactory, safe, and healthy conditions, and shall receive equal pay for equal work without distinction of any kind. And the relevant labor laws also affirm the civic responsibility and right of citizens and workers to lawfully seek, redress, and advocate for what is due them. And already American Omokano medical tomra.
Omato or mine rapono.
Cassia, as a Cassia don't find my panswa. We can do that. Say, I know more can say now, Moye say, Omonum well from Yena, my bonino, young anchor be, make us say, now only ending in which then says a woman go for the hour. So, Omon's meal to one among within this month. The month we query any April. Ghana have a desert bibino. You can obey a ship because arrangements be a year. There's what's a year. The bay. Yet, if I was a baby, you know, be are you ready? The book of you say no money because how many any cra or bien or maybe side regina and the
Asempa FM.
It's in America. You can't go. I'm not going to see a number. I'm a French and moving me a feet. Yeah, yeah, was in Sakana.
Now, me can say, what worry, Wamba?
The mere name up to 2 years. The beginning of
Obedrian, no. But more members to be brain now, worry, right? The mammy and son. And 10, 14 months into Yannica.
Yannica. Obey them. Busia and a boom. Busia.
Oh.
How to survive? Ending. I wasn't a no kind of animal.
Answer me.
Over here, a crabby pie didn't have to her.
Oh.
The class I was saying, combined class 2, 3, and 4. I think I teachers a shorty. But maybe she's doing an HD. Into an Kada. But even or ye. Now you wouldn't ya. You wish in ya. And I could be a one or throw. Or Jiska. Or Jis. Eh, Papa.
Yes.
Say, you will be a near Konya and Chia Boy and Chilomisia. Why do you be abandoning Emperor's mind? The beer soda, like Yadi Maya, Yabab and Chabaka Saka, you had then to do some of the so no cray, a back so catch any part, and then a clean
promise from the NDC during the campaign was sole sourcing will not be the norm. It will be an exception.
Mama may go by those promises. As a mama will be difficult for all parties. What we have to do is hold them in reasonable check.
Yes.
If we say sebi obi, say if we are to go by a year what politicians say
and what they do and when they have
what they do. It is for instance, the internet say in addition more boy say adiano eka enhyehyɛ mbra ho a ebitim de adi dwuma ubegina campaign bi na ka kyerɛ me say me ba me sa nneɛma we yɛ nneɛma metwam ana me nyɛ soso a meka kyerɛ sɛ da bi obososo so na emum kwan a obefa so abetu ho anamɔ no ana ebɛma hu sɛ saa kwanya na ɛda hɔ no on abuse no menyanko into details of ayɛ ba wohwɛ the fourth estate for Canada any sorry the ultimate say NDC dedika omano akoyi omo eka the tosu biem ne say ebe hu say adanse beba say anamo omu 2 years so anamo even though emra ma wokwan no e dead pe fe say sa anamo tu no ene emra no ebo ebra that is the abuse so it is but say me no so kasi yenko hold politicians by what they say in their quest to have power or get power in their odarma then their country then
but I think for me the take out from story way and it's said one come now we are getting to that level as a country we are converging around particular issues we be say way more there.
Once you mount the campaign platform, which mean they can't say dollar, oil, electricity,
yes. Now we've gotten because when I read some of the defense on sole source, and I'm like, it's a bit strange. But of course, it is not illegal.
That's the point.
Source.
So that's why I make us a Ghana.
Once you satisfy the conditions under which our base sole source, it is not illegal.
No, na make us obi. Yeah, na bribia da na maya homa.
Yes.
Sa homa na edi maya no. Yebe hu ano na yakwa ma na tra homa. Nti ya maya 1 inch say emra na hihye mu no sole source na. Wo ho akwanya no. Wo be hu no. Na fe na fe bibia ye bia no sole source.
Because okay fourth estate investigation. Omomu quote say 93% of contract and a big push in about through sole source.
Well, and no na make us obi.
Yes.
If indeed they can explain that agency, they can explain that processes no.
Yes.
A dia dance say.
Yes.
Bechemu and Grand Quanta Quantity at that one many pay who pre-pra. There was absolutely no need one contractor we and also that there's one by we just decided to say, Massa, it's too urgent. Let's save lives rather than thinking of the processes. Well,
but
there are so many
in lawyer Sami Jemfi response. Or draw the distinction between contractor who take it over from MPP4. I know the same contractors that that's what but he claims in the fourth estate report Omo sa kwan ni nyina e ka ho no munya 93% figure no.
Okay, me I don't even
he thinks they should take out those contracts na MPP for na dia ma omo no e to aso e na omo nso omo dia omo ma e so
bottom line is that there's a principle.
Yes.
That principle is that abaya also say no Emma Ghana Funya Gidi ni ahotoso se sa akwanya na aya na nipa fa edidi djuma putupru edema aban no emu dodo na no emu orem eya ye kwati kwan a aban ni mu mpanyfo na yonkofo no efa ede nya wono ho a enye papa ana nya adwuma eni kwan se eba ne sa obi ani ho si so kwan. We are talking about the abuse and the principle out of it.
Yes.
Because I'm Rama kind and I says I be mu ye. Obi and would have been ready because everybody kasi e kosa emwa. Ye ni kan na nyame ase. Because we don't come to drink but say me kasi en to so see ada.
Ya can we no free. Now what I will say finally on this and say the impression created over the years.
The impression
say sole source once you see say a contract is sole source contract meaning say a corrupt
you don't
contract,
jump into conclusions like that.
It was bad. It didn't help us. In the way one big lesson was here in Yesua number 2 and it's in as much as we all agree say sole source contracts are not necessarily corrupt contracts we should also know say there are always better forms of doing things in Yenayenim sole sourcing, restrictive tendering, and open tendering. Obianim say open tendering no amount some safeguards. Because and it isn't a move which I say a sole sourcing. How can anybody prove? And I say has anybody proved say the contract was over bloated? And it's not more because sole sourcing. When you do sole sourcing, there is nothing to compare to. It is a open tender. And amount for the other bits about then you can say okay where the doors where the esa in the yanko way now so the command the end sona there is something to measure it upward said that be not the end the sawa then the young farmer the end the when it's sole sourcing you don't have the benefit of that it only alternatives and that's why sole sourcing is always a bit problematic and it encourages you use it as an exception and not the norm and we've gotten to a place we all agree. So we've created a certain perception around sole source and a negative. Say once contract is sole source, the corruption, it is not good. We've come to realize, under certain circumstances, we can use sole source. I mean, you can argue, say about road contract now, agency,
Ekosiise Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba obi som Oribo Ekosiise wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asempa 94.7. Asunyine. Arriba! Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Obi nebado biba. Obibo biba. Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado biba. Obibo biba. Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba. Obi som.
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Bonsu our Minesempa the brand mama Obi Asempa FM.
Asempa FM Sune Emrena Subio and Ekosiisen Jumedie no Abraham live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Meaning your say Bonsu from Yobi. Yet not to say at 6:30 p.m. and Jumedie Eberie. And the Atnasi ni Atnasi. And the Ekosiisen Abraham. The 30th day of March 2026. Monday afternoon, 33 after 2. Meaning your say Bonsu from Yobi. Production team is led by Dominic Kisi Yabua. Support from Nana Chumberema, Jackson, Osei, Intiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hene Kwabena Sante, Ena Ekia Boatua Yadom, Omuna Boyin se Ekosiisen Yemfa Emremo. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, Millennium Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank Ghana, Syntex Tank, Provident Insurance, Franco Trading Enterprise, Ebis Gold, Imaros Home Decor, and a Max Buy. Omone Boyin se Yemfa Ekosiisen Jumedie Emremo. We are live on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Ubetimi ashare live. Now the comments no egu and comment section ebejemre na yakan amount. We are also live on radio 94.7 FM, live online, myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. Okoha ubetimi etie o multi TV decoder and be a radio channel no Asempa FM ewo so ehonso ubetimi etie ewo ho. Ena ye joada e de me here sem segment na ebebem ye wia ye a very interesting interview Ebebremo with the Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. And it would be a very, 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 very interesting interview. For those of you who have followed the story, Unim, the investigative worker, Fourth Estate, which is a subsidiary under the Media Foundation for West Africa. Omode Ababetruja Efa wrote Big Push wrote contract. It's dominated media discussions for the better part of last week into the weekend. We want to get an understanding into really what their story is about and details of the story. Ebiana watete in seminaba unya details no ene Yeni Ora Suleiman Abrahima, or Executive Director, Emma Media Foundation for West Africa, Ebetanasi Eddie Nkomo, or my snippet of info kakra on News File last Saturday on Joy News. In Tianano would delve a bit deeper, na fi share in somewhere a wasa almost story no emo. You don't want to miss that interview. You read the discussion segment, no, ebetua moso. And the hear some segment, ebe Bremoma Hene will be joining me na afi. Dashatwa Mamim Faye. WhatsApp number no entry Emma Momo person will send the WhatsApp messages no 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 ubet with the messages no ego amaye 0548 443 523 na yentio I would love to read from you. Auntie Kingsley Ejay from London and also come on Black Stars. And then also known him say Black Stars and one in February what Germany airborne international friendly game. We'll bring you live commentary. Asempa FM is the headquarters of Ghana Sport. Into the live commentary Ebe Premo Asempa FM. So and that will be immediately after Ekosiisen On sports team that take you over na the live commentary atwa moso inti take note of that and let's support the Black Stars. We need to win and I know Austria the challenge man shadan kweba and the story has to be different, you know. We say we'll be watching you live from Brekum East Sofotre area. I empathize with the teachers, especially those in the rural areas. They are really struggling. That's from Prince Amankona and the way I'm praying. Where's hi Obi? I'm enjoying the show here in Kolebu, Public Health Division. Regards to the incoming NPP National Chairman, Honorable Boachi Chrematin Ejakon. I wish him well. Seth Adomakon Ejay says, Obi, watching you live from Austin, Texas. Greetings to Abel Asomeni of IEA. We say Obi, watching you live from Innova Alexandria Hospital in Virginia, US of A. Charles Treneboa, dear Eleanor. Richard Mills says, Obi, good afternoon. Please let Atoforsin know that Ejumaku needs a market. Also, the police station does not have a place. Okay, the policemen don't have a place to stay. You add. And I'll say the Asansan School in Sunu need a place of convenience. Okay. Obi, I'm watching you live from Athens in Greece. AJ Reynolds. Wow. Now, another. That's what I'm called.
No, me share force, but I'm just in no sympathies for mo.
Why?
Only Dominic. No, where the bring me to the I call in your mouth.
It's
very.
We're storage.
Storage. Stop it, please.
Not an uncle.
Who share force? Stop it.
Share brand.
Oh,
share brand. Oh, they share brand. They can't brand there.
Who share force? Stop it. Just admit and stop it, please. Oh. Who share force? Just I'm impressed with.
When you are old,
David Dominic, dear way. Where you bear 20. Now, what question we come 20. Now they be our Pamadia, so we don't know what is will be.
So we were in the low, no,
but I think that okay, guys, no, you know. Or Masha Dan Kukus are
no difference, woman.
But guy, we do yeah. The move first our number way 0541.
Yes.
One more bank, one more parliament, lawyer for donor, Ibiano Moshi 0541 177475 0541 177475.
Yes.
Now, Mompe the best of
correct selection. Yeah,
but it's so cheap, 250. You know,
sir.
About the press,
brand.
Only the press or Baba 190 over here.
We are not Muslim. We are brand.
I can't associate with such figures.
The brand. Oh
no, I can't.
Next.
No, I can't associate with such.
Next tailoring. One of the top brands in the UK.
Low.
Yeah, no one's high.
I can't be.
We story. Obi on. Who's the force?
I can't be part of this.
Any audience?
No, I can't be part of this. Obi.
Sir.
No.
You don't see any details in your trigger.
And they make a long time.
Oh God. Wait, next to we'll be answered. I like it.
Oh, already.
It's cute.
We are Bobo. You know, you boom there, Radiasi, and then match that also at Diasa. You know, Yamia. Surprisingly, Yamania.
Yeah.
In the midst of all the challenges and the storms, and you know, our weaknesses, deceitfulness, propaganda, all those things.
Yes.
Onyamini edini. Onyamini edawasi. Odebi ade kan. Aya na mjiri say Ghana for do na etiase. Onyame yeda wase wa na edan wo entimi nkodan nipam. Ne mo nam nipa so e ma wado ye ne osancheni dead wo ya bra bom ne asetenem. Ti e beka se woni nyame a de esi china ena anwumre blaster nkurumdi omedi ana ngugu omedi nyina no onim dada. That is what sets you apart. O nyame a o danso no obi bia ni ho a obetim di ne ho atoto. Onkoto nko no wakoda. Onyame a yenya wa prekope ne yame. Tiesa ho a ebopo a why kokromoti enye yi ti sa nyame no na bribia da me se osori anopa na se da de wadaro ma wa ho brase emfa ndida enti onyame yeda wase onyame awie mabeka Ekosiisen team a era eye lawyer obenfo Osei Bonsu da no de ka nyina ne se anka nipa nsusu yi mu de ese nkapsa abiri yeni megu ase ki awade egu ki ni adwumaye ki anu akoyi yeka ana ya de bia dokoro ye ba okoso edai wo humo bro na di in the midst of amena omotutu nyina ne nse mo kan ne mo mpese omo de banchire din se ya hodo omo de ato yeso kontompo ni ntwato so nyina no onyame edaso ene yeko ede ba enti ye di frim ene efibem sa nyame na okora ye no ono ana yedaso ekutani nti onyame dase ya semina ya seda kwaseda ibibre senka bibi waseda chia beyond asedanka bibi wo ho a onyame onkuto nanka ye ya dwene mu ne enti ase enim no anka ye do ase for Ghana ye do ase for mampenya na dom ye do ase so mpanyimfo a wo de o madom ye ebu man those in opposition one also other political parties ye do ase for bibia our gatekeepers because you can't do without a crown bambo for no a hard for our security services, for all manner of spiritual intercessors. Edamu ina masi say the Ghana ti en we pay your dear, but on yamia humo brokoso e magana kakra. You might not like the pace, but a dear bako abribia da e yene say unim se kuntu hwana ni nchia na beba e se odwene Ghana ho. Now dog Ghana.
And I love the bit about you know, the pace may not be what we want.
The pace may not be.
But we are certainly not where we were.
No. The pace may not be.
It can be better. I mean, ours has been painfully slow, but we will get there. Incrementally, a lot of trending issues. First one, I'm say di home command sana the one the aba. I've taken time to listen to. I don't know if it was an interview. Nana, you're down for Francis Xavier Sosu, MP for Medina. Na or granted, but or can be for a Juma semo for the youth. Or mantie na sem no the two jano, and then we would have a conversation.
All right.
On Twitter and TikTok and make the noise. And see what that noise creates jobs. Can you imagine if you're a young person and all you were doing is having a small Indomie joint? That gives you about, let's say, 200 Ghana cedis profit a day. And you have 10 of those Indomie joints.
Too bad. Voice, no, is terrible. We may have to pull it again. Boosting on Sana, Ode Abana, Yema amount for Inti. I mean, the real argument he made on job creation, and then we can have a conversation around it. I think, yes, as painfully as suggestions now make it may sound.
No, you can help us with some of the suggestions. Once you've listened to the tape, no, you can help us with some.
I mean, he thinks the youth should not just sit on social media and complain, because complaint will not in itself bring about jobs. Onufri said the youth would have to take advantage of the opportunities. Now, and Indomie join crowd now started back one. When you buy on no, now over me and 9, in several places in Accra. I got the feeling, say, the whole point was how the youth can take advantage of the opportunities around them. Now, some of these conversations, because of earlier commentary omumu be passe come no crane and pride comes off us you trying to find a convenient excuse.
Okay,
and
so
I said,
well, how I wish that I had listened to the tapes for the benefit of.
We'll get it and play.
Yeah, chef for near T4, but on the surface, the basic principle has always been that you are the best or better person to push yourself out there.
Sure.
On that principle, I would say obia waba of age, Washington Sanjuma and our university and our college biano. Sebi se suku no ko esensa nyuma hwe onu se abanjuma de apem sisi. So innovative way ono enye waniwu enye ofre. One of the beings eha enne mabunu ni se obi tutu se start enwofu ana emrefu ana prekofu ana se wa oye mponchi bi ana wa set up consultants get bi e wo bedum kakra ana wa otono bi wo social media ebi nem feel say they are bigger than that. So the challenges that we have had might not necessarily be say nipa ntimi nya bibi new, but at the end almost see some person here almost TV almost ti o man in the community and almost Xavier susu almost to say or the 1 minute and I could draw. That is also another challenge. And apart from the disappointment on the part of Omamuni now for Mebrunu Duduana no Mebrunu Duduana, so we want to encourage them. Gobi no crane say you cannot entirely fault most of them. Some of them have gone astray by virtue of relationship, by virtue of environment, by virtue of lack of certain push being words, by virtue of what could be a buying shame when almost say, maybe won't come out in the for proposal being called near Kosoma say, a binum dear the amount as I omoya croma boom say, Trimupono Modibecono, say Trimpono, the Cosa Bansio, and almost intimate. I dear Betchino. Na sad ye no mo de koy no na ban so no oye and obi foforo afa eye. So there are a lot of things. It's not as easy as nimnyam for Xavier Susu beke. No kre ne say o baby edu ene wiase obi. No kre pa ne say sa ban ka kire o say o woni da show wa kwanya so dem na ban oboro nya ban wen ko Omaya ye borrow di tu adwuma for aban adwuma for ka nti aban no pa de nti na o ana hwe excesses in terms of enipa wa aban adwuma dodo na anya adwuma ana nipa dodo sen ana aban beti man engage you. If you look at traditional universities and then the add-ons in terms of private universities then nipa omo churn out every year grandfather say averagely 200,000 in eba e dey na ye wo man we mu
and we don't have that number of jobs.
Of course e dey na ye wo man nti no crapa biem so ne say biribia na wo ko school no ade ba ko say wo trim so nyamba e wadom ama a particular skill e bi no school mo ni ntem in tempa njobo a painting si straight away who say na be boa no we school 1 2 3 5 8 months no divert no set up ka crab or kwanche wo no painting the next minute no set up shops na fi or corner fi waji nsem a ma emabunu ntiase say what they see on radio, on TV and on social media no majority of those things so that you should word be more and that so real and so easy to get eti mesraw momododo na mo clouded with nyoma munhu social media neza ana mesraw se wo hu se me ana obi say yeti baby enam shembim yakotena yesia mpacho do a calculation and see the capacity building they be at me catch over the years now you tell one fi no for ho ani no ade a me di mfia du no nwotwe no aye no o pesa o de day aye o nyame ba eti omante sa de na senso a esiso omante ase a on kan ko no be de enen so ompe futu obi ampa akwakyere obi aso ompe motivational speaker bi obi aso ompe mentor because mentor na o ko mentor no o be de na be me
ya can't to say
so
sika almost bibia sika o say
so bi ti say won no ompe obi na ase atena asua de won so ompe so be go through a certain process to arrive at where you want to arrive at also open easy life, soft life. Say the Osikano no. Now, soft life, you know. Obi ansi ukwayo. Go through a certain process. That's so-called soft life. Now, a simple the amount. But your banner wono, your dependency ratio and your trust is in men. Albeko ofi bema eso, now ko bema biso, now ko bema siso, and then the comfort life happens you live there. Who can challenge you on this call? You pay a price for that. ya branti anso na se o say ya ka wanim say aban adwuma ni ho ankrankra adwuma onso ntimi nye na wa susu nim dia wo no fa ye bibi together na say enu nti no say won fi a who are you deceiving? So it's a mixed bag. It is the all canon. Ekwan bi so no wo hwe ono ankasa ne background a determination, focus and God's mercy and grace. Ano dia ba be do some pempen so ani wadui. And you obia na betima go through that process. Obia ne kwan onam so.
And I think for Sosu no.
Yeah.
When Sosu is making suggestions like this, mostly no in marketing you the offer self-reference criteria. And the one day that wow would do be Susu dia because of his background said wow kind obi ono no abrabomu ye din tino na opusi track e wo dwom e de nyeska e de to aduane de tua ni school fees and waka say enyo bia na ebi obetimi go through that process. But I think the whole idea NSA take advantage of the opportunity and ejuma bia ni ho a eye demeaning like enye juma media me nsem fata sa ejuma we know. Once it will put money on the table, food on the table, it should be something you should be proud doing. One thing so I'm saying kind of say, man, once government admits say, or no buying and to provide opportunities in no. Then a lot of the youth would have to look at entrepreneurship. What it means is that your educational curriculum, no, we have to find a way of putting entrepreneurship in there. Number one. Number two, agencies of state are also more pesika. And they saw mebunu na siema mo the entrepreneurship. We need to also to begin to have a conversation around them. It is offer NEIP, for example, and Anomikawa. So priority of priority agencies are. I was say about making sure allocations it should be those agencies into share NEIP, share NYA, share YEA. These agencies now almost so mebunu ase. It should be the priority. Because we know, say, Abaya Juma, the civil service is choked, the public service is choked, and the youth will have to be encouraged to go into entrepreneurship.
Well, Obi,
there should be money.
So you just said it rightly. Not just the money. Yes. We should understand what we are going to use the money for.
Of course.
I can also tell you confidently, say, apart from the political distribution, Exim Bank, this are name for more yes. And it's a mass local all those are avenues.
Yes.
But the politicization, unnecessary partisanship of those institutions. No? And then I'm number two, most importantly, what is it? The whole educational system structure, we have to relook at it.
We need to look at it.
I'm telling you, papa courses be Ghana. You're asking yourself, sad day where you kusiano. And the pa now the koye one kaswabra near that way. Dear now the koye because and your master.
Yes.
And your master assistant be brave. But o mano, ya disua mu nsem no. Afa nia no amanyo sem adisua. Eti ewu enne wiase no, ba bia adisua kodu. Ene nyoma esese esua ho mfa so ma nipadua no, oman no, ene kuru no. We are far away, miles away. Miles away, not to slight any cause, but some of the courses that we are still teaching in this country called Ghana are bogus. Relevance are minimal. And I'm telling you, it is 18 a do baby. And upon me, unfortunately, one careful. We have all disappointed ourselves, but our leaders, they've disappointed us more and they keep disappointing us more. Now, man, careful. A recipe for a certain confusion that we all cannot stand. We have taken ourselves for granted too much. Well, and if you join that with the youth development minister, danger lies ahead.
Yes. Big danger.
Danger lies ahead because if they give you a breakdown of the data of a Mabuna, almost show it off from Amadisium Kosuya, no man frustrated and desperate, or resorted to all manner of life, robbery, theft, drugs, alcoholism, and all those things now. As a result, there are no even openings. And a year Suku Nankasa do Nankasa Pony Bia. She had Biampo ever catch us a career guidance, and I said, what so how about empty chairs is you? And you be who Nankorano, or one cassa free or Mopim, I'll force you to do no number. Will be a percent by a doctor, will be a percent by a lawyer, will be a percent by a politician. It will no be a truth, only baby and the banner cross strength. Ebby and the banner strength crown engineering, Ebby and the banner strength crown mining, Ebby and the banner strength, journalism, Ebby and the banner strength teaching. But and there will be so no ya kola awosuku no at is a teacher ni. Yes, teacher ni wakati ya osru. Ampa, we have made teaching up to this afternoon kasano a very unattractive job. Very unattractive. Teacher for one part of very unattractive. The sacrifices they make for this country. That is why when I see people talking that now I did 1 year, 4 months and they don't come out and come and talk. We are the whole Professor Ghana Education Service talking like that loosely. If you don't put yourself in the shoes of what people go through, you can't be a leader. You don't even understand the realities of life. So you talk loosely because you will sit in the comfort of your zone. Everything is at your beck and call. Something is so free 2 minutes to be we are. No one is to brew now. That is the some leaders that we have chosen. They've not seen anything in life before.
Archbishop Duncan.
They've not had any experience in life before. In fact, those who have even that experience, the level of commitment or committee, blunders or committee, you're asking yourself, so what was worth it with this experience that you got? Partisanship not cloud your mind. That is the pain. Because our client who said, maybe you're university. Now on minor, even conflict of interest definition continues to be a challenge for us. Abuse of sole sourcing continues to have different interpretations in this country. Yes. Defensive approach. Now, he will find a way out of the situation. Please hear me and hear me well. We all came to meet this country called Ghana. As a matter of fact, a Gold Coast. In fact, why is it that Nanchene Krana produce an ancanetono? Yana ya confra ADSN, Yana Junifis Ebekaisem. I entreat all Ghanaians who study the desperation and frustration of the youth are building on from time immemorial.
It's not fun.
Within a space of 1 second, 2 seconds, few people monkey the work, babu the chop. Chop lefa, it bring from face, a didija, any muna, and a nam. When the youth begin to see that their situation day in, day out is becoming helpless, hopeless, and they have nowhere to turn to, that is where ideas are illegal. Ideas are constructive. Ideas are very devilish and demonic. Yes. Chaotic mindsets. A mind has nothing to offer. The space around has nothing to offer. The environment has nothing to offer. The youth around has nothing to tell themselves. The relevant authorities also have nothing to show. Yes. So then let us show ourselves how we can find food on our table. Today, the competition is not about building capacity, going through the mill, and then arriving at the top. Now, grace your occasion with a crown. The competition is who can steal, who can lie, who can deceive, who can propagate, who can find ways and means to destroy characters. Greed is the order of the day. Greed is the order of the day. Detroit Chakontompo, Bobra and Sanfata. We will turn around and say that, Omano. Assess yourself. As citizens, you was you. But to me, or mine him there was 10 times. That's why I pity those when we question you and you know you are at fault. You still put up a defense. There is coming a time. There comes a time. All of us. There comes a time. You can dodge every judgment here. But when you come home and sit, and the space is now clear, that is your judgment day. You will begin to feel how you have recklessly committed blunders at your own expense and for the generation after you.
That's a good point. If the voice, for a more NT and then to put the conversation in perspective, amongst what me at the echo, the other stories near the Atwaso. Francis Xavier so MP Medina.
Sit on Twitter and TikTok and make the noise and see what that noise creates jobs. Can you imagine if you're a young person and all you were doing is having a small Indomie joint? That gives you about, let's say, 200 Ghana cedis profit a day. And you have about 10 of those Indomie joints. How much are you making a day? That's about 2,000 Ghana cedis a day. That's if you're just a young person, that's what you're doing. Can you imagine 2,000 Ghana cedis a day? 10 days, how much is that? That's 20,000 Ghana cedis. In 30 days, how much is that? It's about 60,000 Ghana cedis. How many jobs will give you 60,000 Ghana cedis a month. Immigration, Ghana Police Service, GRA, no one will pay that money much. So Ghanaians and young people must begin to look at entrepreneurship as a way out of the youth unemployment situation. Otherwise, I fear that we may just crash, and that is the honest truth. But young people don't want to be told the honest truth. I know they should find a job. Okay.
Now I get it. Now I get why you said, say, the message is intact, but the career no.
Yes, the messenger.
The messenger no, and a problem no. Oh, be no cry no can. But Abra now no to position. Oh, who say the best option out is for entrepreneurship and the youth to be on themselves. Is that what he was thinking? That is what he saw. Unfortunately, no. He used that as a trump card to expose, in quote, a certain weakness he thought the then administration had. Now what Basi said, they are over Chirimachire. The young to Indomie. The Indomie near Boabo no ane the Abana BC Honma. Indomie. No, but the opportunity that says no Pasotre. No, Obi. Pick it literally. Because he a street person. He was from the street.
Yes.
It's your train.
So I say Indomie no. Which men are joint bear me and sa.
No, go ahead the assembly for no cry Indomie phone. On one casa the Okano. Assembly can be a boy bra. Assembly can be an a boy bra. And I can give you so many examples. Assembly can one mining a boy bra. That is why politicians and TSS say. So one casa and TSS say. Baby Edunu, we are calling a spade, and we are desisting from Sakasana. Eguni Paufi, Ayan Kontompo Kasana, Kasana. They are sharing realities on the ground. So it's funny. But I have very good message on that. But it's funny. Since when? When we have sat here on countless occasions, I'm going to say, my biggest fear is that I'm going inside the Quran. Because I'm looking at how in Kodani si kosku nyang kwadakra yempa yimfo ni si kosku na nkola kakra kan na me hwe exit point na preparation bia anyho
na courses ni so mu school
courses to do na Gauta Ghana ma courses to do na other social British history so the colonization no the idea one
so obetro books ana some book writings we discover
Actually, in Kutler, I don't want to be my child. When the book should be in kind. Political communication strategy was a yaking kind. Kubusa things fall apart. Okonko. Now it's no. Woli so yanka mu na kubusa buso mu. You know, ama te dum kubusa buso obatura. You know, it's not to, you know, but you know, mesre. And honestly, obi can see, you know, and mebundu do na iti, they are happy, but they don't like how you approach your issues anymore.
It's true.
They are happy we are having this conversation, but they actually don't like this kind of conversation approach na anymore. It is now. I'm a to bo on park ni so. La Xavier. I'm a to bo on park ni so. Let's find a solution, because even you, some utterances that has come out from your mouth, crown. Honestly, it's nothing to write home about. Timisra, that is why they be at the catch from say, see your idea, chase your mom, Dicananti. Nazoka Casabia, Hontian, San Fata, Brashi, Yamna, Bontini, Radio and TV. Now, me, I do a administration, make Okaka and San Fata. You think that you have the moral right to correct me? That's the point. That is why I'm saying, I'm in because you are an example of what modern day radio and business is about. It was a because bless you, Tim Nipao. And Ghana should thank you for this platform, multimedia, the amount. Now, we didn't know crack. And you could draw Ekosiise Juma.
It's true. I mean,
so what you say? No, we have to withdraw. I know. I mean, quickly, me can say. It is not to say,
it's not to say,
but no, Ukraine say.
And you'll be
no skill no. It's a unique skill.
And time.
I just say guy na friend no assassin no or capoem no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
joke.
No joke.
And joke.
I mean to put that.
That's what I say. And
that's an example of what talent. Through Sadia, no, the money he may end up making at the end of the month. We in the metro school now we Juma or a year. You may not get that money. We're using a talent, and I think when you identify that talent, now you monetize the talent. And also to me, Eboa. Let's have an open mindset around this conversation on job creation. Now you share the role of entrepreneurship in this conversation. Abayinso should put its money where no ewo. Yeah. You cannot on one hand promise the youth say about entrepreneurship. After you say you're ready to say entrepreneurship. Now we funding a free NEIP air bar the whole year.
No more be.
Omu training the part 10,000. Omu we are omu betting me a funding with Sika 2,000. All because allocation was a call on encoy. And that's why I think government should begin to sound a bit coherent. Inti baby ka say 100% be focus one. For Sika pia. Na you ninya Sika. Because a lot of the youth but Indomie Xavier so eke.
Yeah.
At least we here crano, we here about 2,000 Ghana cedis to set up a normal
and average
Indomie joint. Average. Now you say the 2,000 cedis.
And I make say maybe
the bank 4 months has small scale susu service amounts has come.
No that 300 cedis na kan na sa bank from Bobby from saying. Almost shame mami and can 2 years from here can beti pay 300 300 Ghana cedi. It tells you the extent of any continuously is in this country. We catch 300. I know of a graduate who offer BDA ewa tebubu. And then was set up a huge BDA shop. Oba Enfield. Oba. Yeah. I was a huge BDA shop. I don't know what 12 free crying. I could set up big time to auto free or more far more straight. Now more say more in rubber for more be 2 every no to what free in the comfort zone. And what call baby or making millions of money. But you're also asking yourself, say, Meburu saying
the sacrifice.
Meburu saying, well, really, Shuku or Shebenkum or 24, Shebenkum 24, or call bank if you're more than 3x4 nothing for us. No, make one of my mammy to be Mammy Hansi Sabidi Tono. One tina baby and mammy to on cry out for about 3 no. And no sooner feeling my honum. And a pa of course also no capital no yana yeah 900,000 even too much of capital 100,000 no nya no obi and now oka billionaires BDA billionaires very living very good to the extent that baby I was taught that I mean church and amount for prime area in Accra BDA. Now, what for ni perfra manonia or more explore other things you betim there now you betim matter. It's here step 1, step 2, but you know I start here I'm telling you now kwa de onwa kosuku a bidie tum na de sabe yon bidie but enne se wo hu pa na yanka nkire wo se bidie no di bidie dwa no di a wo bedwuru now an international businesswoman through bidie. So what you say?
And that is where I think Xavier so argument no what point say
no nense mo kan de obi nense mo kan de odi hu chima enye yi no kra ne say oye heartbroken. He feels the danger and sees the danger ahead. Say ya man mabunu ani ama omo ho so ntema o beto ache yen and it's true we are getting closer on beto ache yen because we have disappointed them and we have disappointed ourselves, but our disappointment and disappointment they'll come after us. And not quite an American Zoti Potembi. Not it true, we are a politician out in Potembi. Now they be out there in Yuani Kofi, in Shu Kofi, Lancruises Kofi, oh yes, say, oh yeah, no massa, the be on coffee than Ijewo. Woe betides you. One day, it is in your own interest to start opening up and making sure where you sit, we impact the country, the community, and the people you live around. Well, they be a trim coffee. Nipa be 20 twa ho che na won say omo nyina obi aba nya adwuma nti the opposite say o manu do makogu amano ni na manfo de omo so fa na osaka no men say fato relatives chiro omo please the day will come, and it will be very soon.
The day will come.
Eti akwanya beto ma obi. Mebunu yesremo. Ye kasa ban modern born ne hihye bi wasi nto abam no. Ne ye ka kire wo say, what did you more remua na papa ne mama ne namfo aboa mo etma wie college. Esua skill bi, awie university, akoye bi build capacity bi a. Yesrawo ahombrasiem. De bia meka. So obi bana me wo je fan kura me ton nam me de enam no ya soa na me sumi kutabi na me koba no mutimi jwa na we me say obi a o kasa o TV o kuskuzi na o no ti na o ton nam na ma hwa na ma se na me ko obi wa me documentary a wo hwe abinfo na nimdiafo ne well papa mpemfo mo ama no ne a enam adwuma no e de o mo ko mo ni mu abrabo ma na wo be ka kire me toto fifth kwa we say me ton na me twitwa na me di no o eye o hwe na we na wo o ton nam as if also nam na me ton no and na we patronize and I'm making money. As you never be car say no be as if say venturing into that business no another serious matter masre say o pesa abrabo ko onim asisi waso nye bibia na open your ears to nye bibia na open your eyes to. If you don't have that self-discipline and self-restraint and control, getting or attaining some heights in this life, no, it's difficult because may catch your point blank. Say the moment you started, pay. The whole number say, "Omo man no can sem, ono onye bi." What shall say? Akofa force mpabo gu car boot no. Obetwa bosa na hack boot di eto mpabo say. The next those what you should support say obi na say wachi. We wakoton cocaine or because na we onanya boot no. Ono ton we boot to. Onyame adom wamana antra bututu a wamana konanim because wadwene na wakonanim eti mabu ne asramu se wa ma bibia nkoka papa twere de ne pa de emma da
and one of our speakers were beginning the year this year you know a kind or trying how to venture into entrepreneurship the easy way wa wofo o ma me adwuma bia o ya or the show school no it's your first way to start intia bia say dey working na o ma me ton bidie na mu na ode ono a wan ko school bidie no ode bidie na kakran show mu awie school imagine wo na wanya nimdie wo school no
fire has bidie ton
back to bidie ton na
fire has bidie ton
it's the first place to start small convenience store be ton gari kakra we ton. Imagine that we school watch your application 1 2 1 year what's never your shema. Oh no, my mentor say. Now you say, oh, person will come manage your jumano and look at what you can do. You know, it's always the best place to start. By your move brain now, unyanya sa degree BSc Information Studies. University of Ghana. Who free actually now information studies? You know how they go. Into BSc, why philosophy and sociology? What do you call it? It who free say. Or your big deal. Or your big deal. Woman, insuo na or ton or your big or fair cry a day, or tomato insuo sachet bag ne 10. Would you school him the any marketing kakrani a day online? Would you go away any a day? I mean, Ubetmaton 20 bucks, 30 bucks any a day. It is extremely important thing I was say a mebuno etias here from that angle. Now we need to fix this.
You know, I'm so happy that this are mebunu come because we no crane say anyiri ye ho ama mebunu so antiase say their future is with them.
Sure. You are responsible for who you become.
Their future is with them. Now, do na so dem ho yam sere keke. Oh, the wani akoto obi so. O so anopa. Ona nam na wo de wo no o sere sesika. Ana wo de o susu say wo no shebre kuta obi. I can tell you that. Ampa, we all fall on people at emergency times and certain urgent situations. But your life is not dependent on always going a begging.
You are responsible.
It's not. You are responsible for who you become. Very responsible.
Yes.
It may sebe titru. Abai baso na hu omunko fo mi se omzikasa. Ya bresa yinya hwe. Ohini ban de ne papa tiase. Once your father is alive, your father are you referring to government for all, but he's your father, so you pay a particular attention to you. Don't go a begging for money. Look at the loopholes and the opportunities that you can get. Now, so far, you be ever man. So your world that corners your tune. Now, buy welding job be road construction be recommend you more be nothing. Oh no, Oko Kahona we a year. Oh, call any man no. It's your expertise or any band in the Papatiasia. Abana wa bana ye wa abana. Obaba be say 10 million say me ba. J. Na abana say 10 million ma onko a 1 million ma onko a 20,000 ma onko a. Nipa aka nyina so. So what Bano is creating that environment. The only edge you have, which we cannot fight it, is that wo papa na tiase or he Ghana nyina de name or a certain special attention be the mount. No doubt about that. But we don't trust ya na de bia social media. Now di abana tem, now di minister tem, ya ko ha na kusu na ka minister se be wadaroba. Eso campaign bo ebre and eso no see ebu man so bre. Ya no nkyere say minister should ignore. Or underestimate what the has done for. But no crap say
they need time
they also need time to govern. They also may say some of the strategy of the ministers maybe a whole week was Tuesday a open day for party for which is not even professional, but we have admitted what we do here. It may say party for Mr. Ghana this year. Mama nyina at all points in time no yen yiri ho and obi so boawa obi so beji 2,000 cities or the koye indomie. Now ji kodiwi now ko obi ho so pesca ko indo na obi ma tuta now ji kodiwi now ko dominico osu pesca ko indo na odiwi now ko lala so osu pesca ko na ujini nyina diwi a I'm telling you obekwa no apem afi na otimi ko bebe na to ntwato so ni konto pese omunye papa omutiri mode but you are not telling the story.
And then only the baby.
You are not telling the story. A lot of ministers are suffering as a result of Saturday. Maybe the previous administration. Satan Penny Pabi. Michelle, Maza. I met a certain man at the Chief of Staff's office. That man came to me. And I took him to the president. The president, upon recommendation, made that man say, Uncle a particular ministry, no muano, ampa okoye, omu buano. Ewi achireno. Na papa no ya kwame abuano no was say chile chief of staff for not this current administration was say chile and the danger, they don't even fear God. They swear when they are lying, they swear.
So my by
we don't nyame aban we buy na mo fan chebe ampam chobebre we don't nyame aban we buy me nyare. When you do that a dear plan or person watching when you do that.
Yes.
It will be Mr. A very good conversation.
Very.
Era Xavier Diaba. On no crowd here, Debbie Adam Senka, who went in apart from the chamber of Bequa. I say, I suffer so to Germany or no. The Americans oh, there is the original platform preaching to you.
Yeah. But no man in your sofa.
I see a Shannon Casa. I see a Shannon.
Yes.
And the and Namona, ya told you,
elder.
And the Unma. It my inchiri muno or elder no wedding
elder na some way elder and elder sorry wedding
oh to mama oh what they was Ketia man we now me can be Ketia we now
the next issue because of time
me issue and quite the boy let me say. How do we go about this? Because observing from afar, reading some of the things, and then compare other jurisdictions. Mijili said we are exposing our security architecture too much on this. Just a bit of education because I feel that we so far what is happening now. A real dent on the security architecture, and there are certain classifieds via ever outer. It weakens us as a country.
I've heard that way, because I mean, say listening and following cross-examination, lawyer attach,
okay, good. Okay, say your own yes.
Who take cross-examination or prosecution witnesses now, Charlie? It leaves much to be desired. I think this thing could have been managed well. I was privy to info say na omo shesanka. Chief of Staff, Chief Justice, establish a specialized court to deal with national security issues.
Matters.
Outside the view of the public. Said here, omo budget one sense. Omo budget and debated in the open, even in Parliament. And for some of the issues are even national security. One suppliers and man some of them from Israel exposing companies I think this thing could have been managed a bit better. I am so you be unim and as a little bit of understanding of your national security architecture.
Obedient may do anybody and say. Some of us were privileged to be getting security education from Kandapa.
Yes.
And one of the cautions are other man say, so when you are going to read unity visual, I did be a fat bambo home common. Oh dear, they're extremely careful because one in the Quampasso or man now, Timno, Obaka say, oh, dear, oh, Kasaka, and our church and now appear with Baby Keke, name a won't soon so about bambo, a Jumana, and dance of cry.
I think the Crasa Wabo Kandapa. Yeah. I mean, having served as the National Security Minister, I think his opinion on how this case is going, maybe it was or Kasami what he thinks. I mean, not to go into the merit or the demerit of the case, but some of the revelations are aired, some of the classified security information are because cross-examination there. Me a lawyer, I'm a defendant now. My job is to make sure say my client who son in the no question be a mebusa to elicit a certain kind of information. I will do that. Into which I attach here, they are no a defense lawyer. He would go into detail, ask all the relevant questions, but will it inure to the benefit of the country at large? I think it's a big no.
What do you suggest? What would be the best means? Because media may catch a crack out here, but it comes across as if say one. Yeah, investigative bodies,
Sure.
I think that they lacked proper briefing or detailing of what really has transpired. Anna omape pre omo ebia forgive me omape pre bi omo akodi nsem no agia enkoye because so our dance for ankasa timbe Daniel Sem and yes or Daniel Sem no ekoka ade opposite your expectation and that I know it wasn't the expectation. It's dangerous. Say adance die ne kwa kodu se du baby cry the whole security setup no we needed a certain amount of money. Now a challenge for us. People had to organize. Is that how we have lived? Is this information supposed to be out?
I mean, say the sika egu Ghana go bag national security sika the koha. I mean some of the details are airbano. I mean the powers that be would have to sit back and say listen, something would have to be done. I mean it doesn't mean say obia ye boni e jaine manin kokwa, but there should be something. I mean even if it will be in camera hearings and kwa Emma Bonting, something would have to happen. So I was so out of court because the jurisprudence any ordinance Emma Quine. So for some cases, I mean, we should explore other avenues.
Well, lawyer Bakwa send me say main cooking can Security and Intelligence Agencies Act.
Sure. Emma avenues on how to deal with some of these. Yes.
A very useful conversation.
I mean, to the extent, say, also all the investigations were done by Ioko and they are there, and these are national security way. Could national security have done better investigations into this? I mean, I think we need to look at this whole thing because baby, air corner cross-examination it twaso. Now some of the revelations are ever from officers of national security. I don't think it would help.
So even if the contention is about and other matters be amongst the other matters are a certain machine or facility be Israel fire all these are dangerous.
I mean some of the suppliers
all these are dangerous.
These are classified national security info. When I make about the say umbetimenya internal Security and Intelligence Agencies Act now complaint tribunal that's section 27 or say the Chief Justice shall, on receipt of a complaint under Section 26, appoint within a period of 60 days a tribunal of 3 persons to examine and determine the issues in the complaint. The tribunal shall consist of a justice of the High Court, a retired justice of the High Court, or a lawyer who qualifies to be appointed as justice of the High Court, and two other persons, one of whom is a person with considerable knowledge in the area of the subject matter of the complaint and operation of intelligence agencies in general. And it clearly, the Security and Intelligence Act, a pathway. So if we say being the operations of national security, how to deal with them, just to protect the integrity and the sanctity of the institution. National security cannot be traded on an altar of challenge. It's not cool. We need to find a way because cross-examination in Nyoma Ebeba up, I don't think it would help.
Again,
and we need our security couples, we need to know what they think about the Ekosiise. We need to know what they think about it.
My interest on this matter is based on the security education.
Yes.
Kandapa on several occasions, not one, not two. Oshia Central Phobimo or Kachre say we are partners in managing the security of this country.
Sure.
It is true. Yeah, unyame ya doma ya nuabidu dwem kakrano. Ni ekuta major platforms.
Yes.
Adie BFA Ghana Bambo Hong Komono. Say ye dia. Yenye careful. And okay, all the security couples are back from our BNI institutions, our national security institutions, interior, or military and police. Omukasa limited. Very limited. So what I say, more friends say indoor, closed door conversation about Chimatobia Abba Obiju Medienwa. I don't think, in all humility to the authorities, this should be a subject matter. And unfortunately for us as a country, and common also a free sang adienimu bano.
And shut down. And even what I read from the Security and Intelligence Way Act, the tribunal now Chief Justice best set it up, and yet tribunal are only powers of a court. Or more powers I say when they listen, na say who say had for they can sentence you and give you some consequence. Because the act is clear on what the Chief Justice can do and what can happen should you be found guilty. In this money now, so we can protect the sanctity and the integrity of our national security. It is extremely important that we do that. It's extremely important.
Media maka we na media mesaka biem say o mine we should not take a lot of things for granted.
For granted, sure.
So what I say because Obi, yeah, attorney generally, and I'm happy say what ya dakaka in terms of weekly press conferences.
Yes.
Ama say yehu say ebia wakote odi djuma sonko kra, but it was like the whole exercise was filled with, is it coming to just misrepresent situations and then your party people will be okay, and when we go to court what comes out from court, like what I have said, is not what you are saying on radio or the press conferences. Is that what we wanted to achieve? And the danger here is that if you misrepresent and malign in court, you hurt people. Moi want to say court to bad time no and the beti match say assume say na obenten na na montu we ni ye we ne kasa we sa dwumedi odi e sin talk ese pa abem. So why do we even conclude we be go jail, we be go say, we be say ready for jail, cut for jail, whooping sounds, blah blah blah, and all that we are seeing and hearing, different stories from the court. But
one thing we also have to understand is in as much as the Attorney General is also the minister responsible for justice, or no so na Constitution demanded the mandate to prosecute all civil and criminal cases involve state. What it means, they say the Attorney General at every point in time, a interested party. Into your man say AGN agent say or your man kwabna sante court. Any interested party ni aim and say obenya den conviction, but that conviction should come through due process. Obe take you through due process, but our interest because of person or convicted.
But your interest should not lead us astray.
I get that.
Your interest should not jump to conclusions. You say now say so obi sebi so ka say obe to ni friend ka so obe to boaboa.
Na all the
you arm the person even with more information. Because already over two onum to akeka nsema kese nyina e wa abonten. Because no nipa na adwene kran call sa bia wa odini nam no. What say bia nani ama na eden abro so. What say unfortunately no ama o party for our opposition who can send bia na o mo mugidie say within a twinkle of an eye no you are able to conclude judgment on about 20 people and put them behind bars. Yes. 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 So it's strange. Some of the behaviors and the utterances, are very strange. That's why maybe a particular I don't need or say Bonsu or your friends the guys a Bonsu. Yeah, I don't want to know those things. Where we've gotten to, accountability is key when you get to public office.
Sure.
Where we've gotten to as a country, because the pace snail, obi ampe, crocodile, obi ampe, that pace and you knew that. And if ye ma kwai masa no manema we na ma betwetwe manema ense fata ha adwene. Nti me besia na maka say
fa ayinwe edan ya ebu oni.
Oh, me kwale dan they say we have all acted responsibly. All that we have done in this country continuously is that merry making fanfare, who do you know who I am, and people near the end. Man obi. Me nka obi aya. What is the outcome? Malcolm, what was the outcome of it? Yes, it was yes, now we see dying. Na dan no na se wo no mo se dan na ho den wo fom na asi wa be si ne asorefo kom na mo ya so dan na ho den wo fom asorefo kom na dan na ho den wo asorefo kom adan na ho den wo asorefo kom
na me say na yes ho achepa.
But that's my point. Na me catch you say but that's obi na only how na be catch mo only Dominic mo ko twa picture by about school junction a dynasty one say that so omo the tiles omo the tiles craft found. Oh, please. I'm telling you. I'm the next school judge say, assembly wo aban pen fo twam koba obi e hwe area of obi e hwe na jefam ko so obi swimming pool or dey atokwan anim oyi so ne won swimming pool ma enam jefam ko anim na etutu kwan ni na e go kai so that's what we are living with.
No, mommy, the picture of the actual building.
No, but that is why we okay. Mama my make kan nim enchire nyame so mpa bia because you want wodin na kasa no. Ye mpa ni eni. All these methods are preventable. Assemblies ni nyina nya djuma. Omunya djuma partisanship and omnity assemblies. No. And I'm saying that obi.
I can say bebu akeke.
But until me say people are just working to catch the attention of their superiors. They're not working. Of course, most of the assemblies now. Even when you give instructions, the follow-up or follow-through instructions do you know what is happening in this country? We have behaved irresponsibly up to this point. Because people don't want to take up responsibilities. The system allows everything to be, every facet to be corrupted. System, no? And maho kwema corruption editing mananka ECG ni be check be on as a common doer and that's all the car no I can't say mama kakra now the later no there no aji no e cho be cho aka anim wey so bi se one man nyame amon avoidable one man nyame amon ho ban e wa bra ba obonum na wan fa ni moja na petepete wo no wadofo na wade hye so a ubewu kwa in this country na to come out da
because we any other jurisdiction, the Works Department Assembly head, I was in the Juma Toho, the MC and Casa in the Juma Betoho. Just say, Obi our role to play in this thing would have to go because when you say a Bibia, Aboy and Pofrimu, we also make I say in the Aka school junction, unsa call Asqua, the Ark, baby at the Ark, die way, unsa die back in Sinechi. That make I come out, so make us a dino a week in the Mobi and Concord.
Yeah, time. We over 30 years now.
It's I can't say Bedri, a good and Pabi Namawa, a cooking coffer. But we see a beach road, all call a palmy. Someone's hard dino. A Bedri say Dra. And you say the Akaka Crabby. Joby. Well, ain't he? Now, are we some of these things?
Are we bothered? Even footbridges, nay, a head high, their cars far for so. No opposition. No, chat my motor with the material. And I shall know baby who you fro from Udiagra, a big boogum, but send me a faso. Send me a faso. Over to the country itself, no. Young will pay a price for how we are treating ourselves. We'll pay a price. Casasana, man, your summer winning for some qua, nay, no my answer for some qua.
The District Directorate of Education and by extension the Ghana Education Service. And Ghana Education Service boss. Did they know say where your school?
That's what they do. They will come and sing stories and just say all manner of things. We directed, we will ensure going forward. Please. We are tired.
Because if they knew says how do you your school? And a mama imagine say na a weekday. Our school our school. Thank you.
We are tired. They will say plans are far advanced and all those things. We are in this country and there's a fight against illegal mining.
Yes.
Mamen can choke completely.
Yes.
Okay. Me free asinfusu. Ana me be Kumasi just this weekend.
Okay.
Ana me ko odan nti omo kire me kwan bi a eye Bonfa junction.
Okay.
Ana me fa okofa Bonfa chiase asante achima ofo ase duma south say fa obi. You can't imagine. The fellow Daylight Galamsey.
Along the road.
Walla, yeah.
Along the road.
Daylight Galamsey.
Wow.
Daylight. Obi, yenya butrena onyame nkura because so hwe de ye pan de ye ka dia na me hwete se 9 months for press or ka say they want to be resources for them. Oh, please. Na na ye dada Obi completely ba be free ba. Even where our minister for lands and natural comes from. And na de nya busha for one. No be where should they do machine kakaka ko edumasane o ye call forest na ebugum kra. Na ye fa forest ba kum kra no. Ye say no hunting. Now eku adoa efri on moba. No hunting ebo.
Now omo de adoa.
Yes, MPs no more no. Young man of foreign affairs he the constituency no also a channel boss here and about kona on so MPP and about me election day no on so kasa say achim dey or kasa ibi gidi about me on so ne share so no. These are the three me say proper illegal mine omo bridge ba kwa dey buagum say dwan kro na brefi
where achim ho asem na
there be asante boss here ni achim no nti from dibi chochonko from now we see kwa no mu hu na masa ma fans. Hey, Mokasa was raw. That there's even no need to take a pic. Oh, Kasa was raw. I just want to know himself, Okasa. Brana be 2 million way. Enuso. Bonfachi se. Asante achimo fonse. Dumasa oh. You know, where the may catch though. Me see forest back where confirm more. Thick forest, almost in ya redwood newawa. Almost say no hunting. Den, no hunting. Me see ya call him baby and hunters better. I'm just say, hey, only my dear can say, oh, must have you come to be out. What chita, Abuana Calacas says in Bonsu Jatana. What could be a tree? No hunting. Edi, mama kwa na menchia mi senior. Mi won say news file. Na mi nua Kumaso hini nzo no afi wa emre. You know, nti ono so mesre no waka kakra. O ma buy ni put to the house on that kakra go. They were say was ya was ya do abai. We say wa ma agboja why say gaga. Asemba. O opposition. Ya de pimo news file na fa o katrema nyina bebre. Ina so hini pa na news file. Oh. By virtue of registration as SNIT, any pioneer for. That's what me hear Moji Franco. Oba one people Guji Franco to but SNIT for na register or more register on SNIT no. E be 18. Add-ons nko eti o ka se nipa for na edma o sa company no kan na en ho am sere.
Be no e was say o interrogating e.
SNIT aduma ko no eba company ebebusa say enipa sen
yes
ana omoye adwumayefo a
yes
sebe no omudi dwuma snake nkrata am ye baje fam kwa
yes
yenim nipa dodo a ye fanko ya fa ituama sentiti obi ababia snake besa no atrasa ka say any onye certain what no man no be
ba say snake clearance certificate no prima facie may not be conclusive evidence of the number of staff. No, let's that certificate no SNIT payment compliance and no evidence of the number of staff.
Let me tell it. We are not dealing with this country.
Yes.
Sa prof same year na dey say no. We are not hold on. Me say, over me mu. Let me that time ma kwa educate. I don't have a problem.
That's fine.
But I'm saying that enough of these kind of situations because people dodge under this. Now share papa we on news file. Now her situation e wo me see here. Now mu treat this situation as trivial. Do we have a country that we can trust?
I agree with you. Any American, the American is say tie. We enter in the Nyamiadom Wabano, or Bonsu a document be bring a one. What I'm saying is, say, so share number of staff from company.
Yaji packages for the ministry and the minister. Kofa BMB, massage na Professor Mills late. Now for the currency, Nibu fufu. Take that timber. Ebesi near that's what you pick up. Sky this is here. How do we fight corruption? I don't know. How do we fight corruption? Jogi di super so. And then the fault. Yes, package no hold contractor. Now the Sunday man become more de man, baby, I'm free as all kinds of motor, Sahania ya besine. Yes, here corruption. Then it's all be a man minister, and the carpet chair. I cried, many call for your bottom dada. On a money. Yeah, call you baby. And people go scot free one day. Oh, please. Now what's happening? These government institutions, so called, are only effective when power changes. Mommy break oh, please.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM ain't Executive Director of Media Foundation for West Africa, the cancer. After this short break, Meneno AD and Como. You don't want to touch your dial. Yeah, but stay with us.
Africa Printy,
Deep pepper purple. Deep purple. And this a water mackerel I would Giannia. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The way shall we do keke. No punk.
Sasabo. Sasu, moment on prego. Sasu, moment on prego. Every mosquito study run away. Sasso, kum tonton preko. Na ni sham ne die edem stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusu yeda yesu adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control no witimi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt ka. Leather coats no die. Abort mission.
Trese General Adakrano. Na ni standing orders with any bill so. Wa Ecobank mobile app so no. Ubetumi akomande musika. Die didwa wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or play ana Apple Store. Eneyara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, enfreo ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card huwa samo da.
Ghana, so pe bathroom accessories in the keke ho a. Near quality, never channel. Ima Rose na eton. Ima Rose home decor. Bathroom accessories bia. W6, water taps, kitchen sinks, faucets, wash and basins, ne vanity basins, arresting water heaters. Ani bibia wasi danary wo de be finish ya. Ima Rose home decor. Na obenya no. Omokunsu ni na mo de fit le na ba wo to ade wo mo ho a. Omo up to 40% discount. Enti twentwe wo na se. Ima Rose home decor. Enkran, wo mo ne kan tanka automobile showroom ne saso. Watch mota. Kuma senso. Wo be wo mo patase police depot ho a. Ejina si road from 055 965 0682 055 965 0682. Emma Rose Home Decor and Tusika. I'm feeling so good in the new day. It's our 25th anniversary. Hooray! Powerhouse show law, you know what you say. 25 years and still rolling. Hooray! So we be in with that as a driver powerhouse. And one of we use truck driver and the Betty powerhouse. And one of we use police, nurses and doctor powerhouse. And one of we use the market women and the farmers farmer powerhouse. And one of we use. Hooray! Powerhouse is 25 years and still rolling. Try out our exciting new Gold Rush variants today. Powerhouse, strong all day. Keep out of the reach of children. This advert is FDA.
Big Easter sales kosi se ya e wo Compute Ghana. E free na ya kopim 12th of April no. Brabeto niema fi wiase brand akese bi te say Samsung, LG, TCL, HP, Lenovo, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Huawei, any brands e kuku dam nyina. Nenya discount kosi 40%. Sa iste Compute Ghana ma wo discounter. E bro adwene ne ntiasie so. Se wo to ade 3,000 cedis kwa. Wunya akwanya raffle draw ni mu. Fa ho kwan e di achede akese bi te say 98-inch smart TV, laptop, mobile phones, and then Nyama P. Ko CompuGhana showroom via Seseya. Ana toya Nyama wa online www.compugana.com. Ise idie e your CompuGhana neko. Freyen 0302752020. Ana WhatsApp yen 0243143143. Sa ope hun sembisa. Sankratwe NLA any Caritas platform nsasha ase.
Unia, se wa wusi road wa na be bia da dia ayana fi ni ti say. Eni je nko sa pepepe na Asempa super promo ne tie. Imperial General Assurance ya da romenti. E free January boost me day dikan Ekosiisen April boost me day chatwo. Se we insure wo car and we renew policy a. Wo sanya chede wanwaso amunumu ho a.
Me say, achede ne de ya bon bede. Ye ma free flow ni EV charging coupons. Now dey chat time. Ye de wo car be ko garage sa papa. Mo mo hwe ne hano ahunti ahwe. Ye sign ma 1 year life insurance cover apeso. Na branded souvenirs ne de bebre, umbrellas, tissue boxes ne ekeka ho.
Entiama sabre win sound ho. Wo de 0577 667 436 kosi 8. Wo de broker ninkomo. Ana kwaye agent bia ho o man mu be bia. Insure driving na winning when Imperial pay.
Wo de follow yen wo social media na hunu mu yi. Nhihye kakra wo ho.
Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
When nations rise, it begins with bold conversations. When economies grow, it is driven by partnership. This April, Ghana's business and policy leaders converge at the Cool Business Forum 2026, the nation's premier platform for investment, enterprise, and economic transformation. With special guest of honor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, joining captains of industry, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs.
The Cool Business Forum is more than just an event. It is a call to action. And so let us work together to build a Ghana that is competitive, productive, and inclusive, and a Ghana that creates opportunities for all.
Come, let's engage in high-level dialogue, explore industry exhibitions, build powerful networks, and unlock real opportunities from finance and insurance to manufacturing, agribusiness, SMEs, and innovation. This is where it all happens. From the 3rd to the 5th of April 2026 at the Cool Convention Center in Praeso Hills. Go to www.coolbusinessforum.com and register now. To register for exhibitions, call 059 555 5885 or 059 555 5995. Cool Business Forum. Connect, promote, grow.
OneXBet, odds ni doso na wudi so a yetua sika no tentem. Any de bia gudi ahodo bi. Ko onexbet.com.gh website and our app so. Use promo code GHDRAM. Never 300% welcome bonus. Ekopem 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you true. Inti chano wa sheye mu. Enye ma wana wondi mfie du mwachi. Gaming Commission agent kratu yatum.
Ensema hudwa esi nyina emu akasia ewasa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema hudwa esisi ye hu ye ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point esanse Asempa yetia.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa na bo
Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba obi som
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumadi no asoguso a wutie no ma yenamu nyina asene ensama makwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen so ebio mene Suleiman Abrahima executive director Emma Media Foundation for West Africa ABD and Como and before say mema na kwaba no Electroland a special Easter promotion Easter a weekend ya in the way a special promotion almost a bra ne bra be shop peche nioma de eseweni ensa wo katre make this Easter special with unbeatable offers, massive discount and exciting free gift. Yeah, nioma sa it upgrade your home entertainment, feel the sound with Samsung TCL Media Home Theaters into the Media Samsung TCL Home Theaters go and enjoy your favorite Easter movies on stunning LED smart TVs. And stay cool all day with your powerful air conditioners. And yes, your bedside fridge for perfectly chilled drinks. Nina yetombi ewo Electrolanda yatete buone so. If you want to cook for the family, do that in style with 4 to 6 burner gas cookers, complete with grill and oven. And after the Easter feast, let Electroland handle the laundry. Say open top and front load washing machines that makes life very, very easy. Electroland be at 20 men train. Visit any Electroland showroom or shop online electrolandgh.com electrolandgh.com and as a friend was 0503 159 739 0503 159 739 Electroland Ghana, home of luxury and affordable electronics. Yatete your man's way a special Easter promotion the Ghana for you and Timonson Emma Senior akwaba na etesen
na me adom ye ho ye kakra
bibi ekoyi
ye guso a kakra
ye danyame ase intiananu na ye starting as you always do at the Fourth Estate promo amoye before modi main story no abainti first post I think me from no can say hope this will not be the first scandal if I'm right and later mo ba be kan bibi about ministry omono soul source na akwakoye the main thing ewo. What were you doing with sir promo? Was it to prepare your mind and answer it was actually the first scandal the mode ever out? What was it with sir pre-story promo na moye no?
Well, I mean, me that's it. I'm saying this is the first time on your program.
Yeah.
Me that's it. I'm say as Omaima and as citizens, you know. I did hear a partner say Omaini Benyan Koswo.
Sure.
So Omaini Benyan Koswo so they are nature say yesika kakra ye wono. Ye behwe say adwuma ebe boa o manfo no. Ena ye de beye ena obi beka say value for money. Ye dis kan beye bia no ya de a was say ho ba mfaso ma Omaima no.
That's true.
Intino emze amanfo bebre kana first scandal second scandal na ne keka ho well menim ni amanfo friend scandal because emre bia atwa na emze ebi mukra ka say every week there's a scandal sabre no omo na omo keka scandal sem no menim adekra no mo friend scandal no ene no obi kura ka say o ka say ye nya atwumfo a ye beji atum ana o ka say ye double talk che say ye ka asem a ye niso a ye beji atum na emu ka say ye scandal ana corruption scandal there ye nyintum me gidi say na wa o ka ye no every bia ye the story bia ba bontin bia no ye mama fo hu say ye the story bi ba say na ye be ya ye nti say Asempa ana Joy FM ya ye wo kasafidie ya ye be announcement ne ne keka ho enti no eno ne kwan ya faso a ye be mamamfo ehu se story bi ba na ne enti so cry sade na ye no ehu hia pa nso ne se ehu se Fourth Estate unlike mo platform bit say my Joy online every day mo push stories out.
Yes.
But ye ni sa capacity no say ye wo nipa ye do mo be stories ahodo ne ade. Enti no bi cry be publish story ene no na the next 2 weeks na yam publish a story bia this a kobasa story bi ba na was your chairman for adwin bi so say story bi ba because since I publish a story bi abeko for state the same story na wo it is a story for bi ba na was your man for ya we say story bi ba so that's the whole essence of the promotion
yes. Now with this specific one no was the promotion to draw attention say a scandal has happened and now say yeah story Abine can say your more position and also more position can say about soul source ya ko say soul source no mu kasati and say omayebi. Was it just that and I said this was to build up to a big scandal there SCA wa abine.
You see tumre bia Ghana ha no ye de no ma bi di agro.
Okay.
Ye de no ma bi di agro pa na ye kro no anso so afi na ye pre etwetwe sika se nya visa nke be kwa brochi. Ye ka ne ekoso yi a obi so sourcing e yesikasem ne ye ka enya de na ye friend so sourcing ne keke e yesikasem e na ye ka emra no a ebo Ghana ban contract ho nsem a eno na e kire se ubetimi ayese no se bibinti ne ye yo
that's true
se enka ho hia na ne ka wo contract apa afama obi a enka ye nyemra no bibinti na emra no ewo ho na emrano ne farby ene ne enti e ho hia pa ne sese ne be ya oman no sika ye de ma contract no mfa so be baso enti ye ka so nsem no na nkire se ade na ye friend so ne pe ne ye ka sikasem se obeka ya ebra NDC for ewo opposition me nka ne omo ka ye se bi omo sisi na sisi ora samija mfi o se angle ba ko enei MPP for afa omode bo mine krono pa e ya de aye friend so
yes
so sourcing krono an ho asem de ye ka no you say nia omofa so de bo mine krono pa any so sourcing minister ya ene ono ye minister for roads na se mo ka ye ne say Ghana for ni entia aban entimi nsiesie mu akwan no e ya de aye friend so sourcing esan say so sourcing no nia ede ba ne say ade anka wo say bia ye de 1 cedi ye no ye de 10 cedis be ye je say ye inflate cost no enu nti na ema aban entimi nyam akwan no NDC manifesto 2020 and 2024 nyina Asemba ko omuka wo mu se eba no oman no sikasem kwan befa so a ombema enya gina pa omo se nia ye ba ye be ye ne se ade na ye friend so sourcing no ye be make sure say abuse and asani amanfo see use so sourcing edema contracts no ye de ye nya ne sa ade na no omo kasa enya edin so sourcing na omo mpew ehun sunsanso nti ena na omo kasa
yes
president Mama Owini NDC for Owini President Mama ebedi ade no ne first state of the nation's address president akasa cha e bia 1.5 hours and 1 hour enso so sourcing o kan ho asem that was in February 2025. 4 days later Ghana economic dialogue after the state of the nation's address no President Mama sanko ka wo o say se ba no contract ade your friend so sourcing it dear it should be the rarest of the rare things that should happen. Should I say it was a idea was a simple name was a besia na chere say idea kakrebi ya any kwa say and I mean can say you can say be a rare chere say idea ye ta hu o ti ase adentina no wo kasa esan say so source na ehun won sunsun aso enti my encounter to say oh was yes so my so source enti so source na the same kenye
but in sunsun no more kasa in this specific case sunsun has not been established. Remember our example na Samija Mfiti akonwa na utimu ya last week and na oka say Sunday press conference the man can say more kind about soul source and say it was established now or dealing with the Auditor General's report on Cocoa Roads. Now Auditor General I established say the contracts were overly inflated contract. Same cannot be said by omuomo dia or the abbey. And the mere fact that you soul sourcing, emrama kwansi and soul sourcing. It is a one highlighting sun now can soul sourcing kekedia one can be there.
Me baho.
Okay.
But you see, say was a ma etie 40 and semna see pa. Obetna hano so church mu say nienti mo kan soul sourcing. Enye one time pen o kan soul sourcing. Okan so source na wo se eno na eye angle foforo aba ya MPP e de bo oman no krono pa no na okan 2 contracts bia ya mo be pe na 2 contracts na okan na yesen em say e bia meti o se 83 million no boss so say tetisika no se ne be ya etiefo ye omo ye campaign etiefo be 830 billion ye baba en de figures so some figures no ye baba so. But enope, Mr. President ba bedi ade o kan so source ho asem. Na no kra de mama yarega, majority leader. O say let it be known, the era of soul sourcing is dead. Ghana for muntie, ade na friend soul sourcing no ya ban ya penso de ewu. Nti enka ya de papa. Ade nti na president e kan ho asem. A friend say party for Eka Wasem, party manifesto Eka Wasem, a majority leader in parliament Oka Wasem. But you see, Obi, say my memoir, but some say and China me who say I call you to the bar.
Yeah, that's 2 years ago, 2024.
Until you am running for, me am running for. A tum rabinamo can say, so sourcing and Rama ho kwaya. Yes. Yen chire mu ye. What you say? Yen chire mu ye. Ghana mranwa ebo contract ho ban no same jamfi kire mu no o kire mu say o say me use same jamfi na west ansakra na ma kire mu o say amra wo Ghana ha ne kire say sa ban we contract na wo adwuma no pese o de ma contract ya amra ne say aban no o mamu no obi a wo ho akande ana nimdi ana office obetimi aye bi no onfa ne nkrata amra ne yenhwem na ne obetimi aye adwuma no sika ode be ye adwuma no be wo fom no ne e de ama no na o kasa so say eno ne yefre no competitive tendering.
Sure.
And then the MPP 4 ye ne say wo mo say ye miem da bi o mo ko hye dem ne yefre contractor A bra ye ma wadwuma, contractor B bra ye ma wadwuma, competition no ye twam. What you say? Now see e kasa emra no ma ho kwan so is it illegal? You see eno na ma omayi enkoso no emra no ne aka ne say contract aban person de man.
Yes.
Sani asemi jamfi kan ye no yemmiem na Ghana contractors nyina wo mu fi say ade we me wo hunim de metimi aye bi no omomfo mo nkrata amra ti say wo de aba na say adwuma we me no 2 million na we de ne de aba no say me no 3 million we de ne de aba say 5 million we de ne de aba say 1.5 ye be hwehwem wo mu de ahe na adwuma no sane o so obeye no ene sika no a wo bo no ene no ebe boa wo man no nti ne de ama no sane a ewko makola.
Yes.
Shops e wo hodoso tu ko ra we mu a osentoma we me ton no sei esanse enyo no nko na ton ti no ufiri wa na ukọ foforo so obi anim se enya me nko na me ton ti se me ya me bo den a obi anto so sen na se kire ne se wo de be man ufre ni pa na de ma no a ebo obobo bia no ana ebo a wo fi se wo de ma no ye na de ama no ye ni ano nti mra ne se contracts ya aban de no ye miem na competition emrem na sane ebeya ebenya value for money eno ne de edikan nti contract bia nke ebenya sa na ye miem ena mra kro no anso se etimidru baabi na ade na wo pese wo ye no wa wonim se nipa miensa bi ana companies miensa bi ena omu wo ho nim de ti wo kasa wo ko bia mu kro no a eye sa companies miensa no a na nan no a ena omu do omu nkrata beba enti wo be ha ho se wo be bia mu no obetimi afresa companies miensa na enan no se momfa monkrata ni enhwehwem eno competition sa wom kakra
but no restrictive tendering
yes and a law no say but ebetimi nso aba say aban wodwumadie bia wo so wodie ebra atowre nchem bia si emergency
yes
bia bridge bia eda ensuo bi so a cars fa so bridge na bu aban timi ntwen se afa na obi mfa ne nkrata amra na se ni ntino eno no bibi saa no aba no wo ho kwan se obetimi afre contractor ne a wonim ni se oh waye bridge pen omra ne yemfa ma no eno pa ho a ebetimi aba se wo pese wo to microphone yi microphone no ebia ye friend no ebia boom microphone Ghana he nyina company ba
pen
ena oton wo so boom microphone yi na wo de ye adwuma eyeye enti wo bie mu sen ti frɛ ne oton boom microphone no na onfamra akwan ya ye rose contrast ya o ma me ye beba numbers no
yes
ene a very embarrassing no me bia o ma chance ya o mu eyeye ede na eye agency emergency ewom
president can say big push no should be done and done fast because pen and tem it's urgent so am for benya kwan pa afaso it doesn't meet the threshold
it doesn't how does it meet the threshold to say enunti no yenye ni so sourcing is it an emergency situation why we are saying that we cannot use 1 month to do competitive tendering.
But it doesn't take 1 month to do competitive tendering.
Why?
In 1 month now the best.
No, and I'm asking say why?
Because Ranekra days are stipulated for each activity. No? Sometimes 21 days now you cannot use 1 month to do that.
And I make say, does it then mean between now and 2028, between 2025 and 2028, we don't have enough time to go through competitive tendering enti yesika no sanya sami jamfika ya no yemfa kwan ya fa so wi sika no a ne yenya ne saa because we say what it obi see ya kan saa dia any competitive tendering kenya bi o ma we mu because obi adwuma bi obeye bi obeka say agent because adwuma bi ahohia adwuma be na hohia adwuma bi ahohia president na wo kan say president say ayenya ne ntem na
open in terminal yeah
president kronoa na nanu ikra de ose afi kra de ode mra beba be bani so source numpo
but my condition
and I make a say president indika kasa ose so source must be the rarest and not the norm
sure
afi kra de ose oba be bani adentia ade papa adentia oba ne ade papa adentina say current law no makwan say eduru conditions bi obetimi ayusu so source no papa adentina president is oba be bane adentina majority leader general parliament ka kire won say let it be known the era of so sourcing is dead. If it is good, why are we saying all that? If it wasn't good then nti MPP tam no de o kwan na no mu yi no na ye okay say o mo ntwan na Ghana for emfa kwan so no mungu ene de na nya agent MPP ba ye na kwan ye NDC ba ye na kwan ye abeye state of emergency
na nya no so nti na MPP time so mo ma sole source contract be brave
na ye sole source kro ya no mo say enye na kwan MPP for the ball mine kro no na kwan MPP for the ball mine kro no na wo ba na wo nam sa kwan no so wo so be resetting wunnim say ade we obi a ofa sa kwan we so bia okobọ kro no obi a onam kwa we so bia krono no wo bo nti wa magana fo ahu ena Ghana fo se da bi ene nkrofo ye nyi omumfiri ho because omo nam kwa we so da bia no mo boy krono o ba ya o say me fa sa kwan no aso na emo medium ye angel
but o say wa fa sa kwan no aso but ono ne de enye inflated contract said ye omo mutimi establish it through the general time or more opposition. This time nothing has been shown say contract being inflated. Argument no.
And I say omo use Auditor General's report.
Yes.
Ghana ha yenim say Auditor General's report. Even 2025 Auditor General's report. Say my.
Me patcho da bi.
Am I?
Yeah.
What you say? You betimi akasa ye ntwen. If it is the Auditor General's report that we want to use to validate Adeya, it hasn't come out yet. But the other thing is that we have the values, we have the figures. They are talking about scope of works. Yeah, we agree. Scope of works. We all know. Say, Obi here can be 5 kilometer and another 5 kilometer maybe in the north or in the south. It may not be the same. We know. But what should be the difference? What should be the difference? If you are, a coin, our Ghana had dualization. Dualization. And the cost is 154 million per kilometer. And you are telling me that Auditor General Neiba sole source contract 154 million per kilometer
and no ye contract there
dualization. Lot 3 or lot 2. Winneba Cape Coast.
Yes.
Dualization. Yes. A 25-kilometer road. 3.8 billion. 154. Unim yakaya. Nyomo can say, oh, say kwano the scope of work. Yes, we agree. And we have shown these things. We've discussed these things with the experts, with the engineers, with people who have been in the field before. And they will see it and say, hey, Abba.
No, but Omoka Abba, no, based on say wafa kwine bo, and you simply divide it by the number of kilometers, and would that not be misleading? So wafa bo ne keke, no, divided by number of kilometers. No, I can say cost per kilometer. Is that not misleading?
You see, Obi, ejumana yeyem. Say oye journalism nibia.
Yes.
Obetias say.
Yes.
Yakasa source wa. Ayana ni nyina free. Be adwuma kro no amu.
And information the fiber.
What you say? Yeah, national service scandal. Same free national service. Wo kokwanya data no hefa. What you say? SML. Eno mo ne ade. Se nyo obi a o within. Yeah, ade na ekoso no. Ade na ekoso no. Ohunu se time. And wo be say debi. Ade we e was say yejaya. Who journalists who to baby I better know your information. Me see some of these things that we are saying. We know the data. Almost say AEFS a scope of works. People have shared. We've shared with engineers to analyze. What you say? We've shared with engineers to analyze. In fact, dualization. Just say have you know? What you say?
Yes.
So you know. Initially, me I saw the motorway there.
Yes.
Na me and I'm say engineer. Adia 154 million Ghana cedis here. I say no. Motorway there no. We be 14 million. I say no. Na motorway there no the number 17 million. Enchire mo de ma me no ma me hu dream. Motorway and watch me say menua motorway there no. Yes, our concrete kwan na ye nyina ye nim no ne no. What you say 4 lane no ye nyina ye fa so ne concrete. Na no achi no ya ye miensa wa ha ka ho na ye say 10 lanes.
Yes.
10.
Yes.
Na am say oh okay. O say no pa ho a. Wo tetekwashe adwuma na ye wo ho no. The remodeling of the tetekwashe interchange. Omo ye se ne be ya tetekwashe no betimi afa 10 lanes no. Work is ongoing. Apart from no. Ye 3 interchanges. What the same stretch that motorway no so.
Yes.
Baako wo say Klagon. And a baako wo a friend say Teshi towards Lekma was saying and a baako so connected towards Ajiriga no ho baby. So 4 interchanges. 10 lanes of road. The 4 of them are concrete. What the eno eba betuto dualization. What I say?
And in this case, you are talking the Kaswa to Winneba.
Not Kaswa to Winneba.
And a Winneba to Cape Coast.
Winneba to Cape Coast. 25. Also, we divide.
Yes.
What I say? And no cross higher the fofro.
No, the argument has been said to help every local contractor and as many local contractors to participate. A way of building on capacity. Say, and on the quite am a Ghana for contractors, no, and you quite a Jumani.
Okay, so lot no.
Yes.
Ninchire Muni say, a quino abia a 45 kilometers.
Yes.
Na send your bay a young farmer contractor back. Na contractor for a hood between your yes, sir.
Yes.
Into Yenchi Chim.
Yes.
Na lot 1, young farmer contractor back. Maybe a 15 kilometers.
Sure.
Lot 2. Another contractor, sure. Lot 3, another contractor. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Enti Samekachira will say the same ministry no. Sa lot here making. Kumasi Outer Ring Road. 45 kilometers.
Yes.
Lot 1, lot 2, lot 3. Yeah, they are the same contractor. Enti anu yechire mu say.
Send the acquisition with the entire 45 kilometers one contractor.
And I'm say, what say? Say you bear lot wa. Yeah, lot no. Nankrofu enya bia ye.
Okay.
Send you bear ye de lot 1 be ma contractor back. Lot 2 another contractor. Lot 3 another contractor. Minister no krampo chire mu say, ne enti omo ye lot no ne say, send ye be ya contractor bi anya na dwuma a, enkoba se kwan ni nyina ya anye. Enti se contractor 1 anya na dwuma 2 and 3 betimi aye. Na je se kwan no 45 no, emu 30 de ya ye because contractor ba ko pe no anya na dwuma. Nanso so ye wie ye no, na de akoma ni mensa nyina contractor ba ko. Enya honko a. In fact, ohwe dualization of Winneba Cape Coast no a 2 lots bi o ma the same contractor. Na se yede be ma contractor ba ko de na lot ye den.
Ye lot ye den. Suleiman na me pato mame sima mienu. Production catcher me say lawyer Sami Jemfize ni din aba ye nkomo a ye di mu nto be pese obeyi nsem ne bia no kakra ma me nko no na reference to ne nsem a o kan wo position no onfa mu nkyeremu no emra. Sami wote me nka. Hello.
Obi.
Yes, I mean, what's a minka? Good. Good. Yes. Now, Matessa will say, Udia by Encomo Imuna, or Asem Kakre become a patron mintio.
Yo, Obi, that's it. Mama was chief winner. Aha. Na Milia Penny Suleimana Brahma, or studio so much anyway. Kabiman Kedi, Sunday, you know. Amamu
Asempa
FM. Enti meaning say obia betwa to anadwen, and at the end of the day no Ghana for omunim de no will make an informed decision. The office me adwuma me nya nti say Ura Suleiman Abraham was Asempa, and then someone walk am say we bought a media feed more than 10 times. And as an agency can say, and as an agency can say. So it is important to give an appropriate response to the several references he has made to my name. And in Zambia, author said, maybe a term, the kind effort so sourcing. Obi, did he kind of say, some agency, the Nina Babian Kada, set so sourcing, etre chronobo. Na say, yeah, abaya jumebi. Na ye use so sourcing as a procurement method. Nature se kiane king chrono was a jumanimu. Minkedi sada. Once a dear Yenuya Suleiman Abraham and your friend of cherry picking. I respect him, but he has to be objective. So we analyze ubia semwa waka. You don't just take a small part. You look at Nipa na semno as a whole and the context within which a Nipa ne kasa semno. There's some agency any NDC for kaya about so sourcing in opposition. Yen train ye home for the home, yen say ya no, ye ba ben we, a while ye jina and say so sourcing is the norm for public procurement. It is ye ya ben juma. I was say ye ma imudaho na companies ahodwa ojidi se wo se fata se obetimi aye say demand ye ma obakwenya. But emrana say ye ya ben dwuma ye mamu na omo ye qualified obi antimi mpre no. Esan so ho kwan say under certain exceptional circumstances no utimi ye so sourcing both on NDC 360 any moment of truth press conference the discuss say the rampant abuse of source sourcing by the then MPP administration. I took time to explain the exceptional circumstances under which utimiye source sourcing. Na me argument say we source sourcing do na abanda dane ya na omu ni sa exceptional circumstances. Number one. And number two, so no, na human no, according to the findings of the Auditor General, a boy was here day, you know, the body be atotoso, ama o minor eboka. And we cited the performance audit conducted by the Auditor General on cocoa rows, MPP for Betina Kunyanso Moye. Auditor General said 87% of those cocoa rows were not done through competitive tendering. And at paragraph 61, 62, 63, 64, 65 of the Auditors General's report on those cocoa rules, or make it a find and say MPP4 not only breach the law on sole sourcing, because according to the Auditor General, those projects that were sole sourced, Cocoa Board in their letters to PP, did not provide justification to warrant the use of sole sourcing. And number two, those contracts, in some cases, were thrice. Or a boy the year sole source cocoa apina. Na ya mohomiansa a boy the year similar roles to competitive tender. So it is within this context, and as some agency, and the NDC can say, MPP4 Tietia procurement and Mraso, sole source and basa, and the bomb menu chrono. Young candidate that said because of that, Yabetina Kunyaswa, yen use sole source and that for any project. So you can't say Suleimana, Prima, regionalize you, or Mamma's Adams. Young candidate so that say sole sourcing, or the year you may be necessarily or no womb. What I was saying about acquire Ministry of Roads in 2025 to date.
But you would agree, Sammy, apart from the Awokaya will make a reference to or sign reference say the current road minister Kanye, the Omampeni Ankasa Kanye as early as Oba Baimu 2025 State of the Nation's address to the extent the source and crowd or Bebane any other. These are very recent. More outlook on sole source and over say Enya de Papa. He also made that point.
Enya no cre. The big guy Robertina will say some agencies. So let us establish that some agency baby can say. So the sole source and yet on minor Jumebia. Net Tresekia ne king chrono womb. Some agency was addressing the abuse of sole sourcing by the previous government. Some agency gave specific examples, and some agency quoted audit findings of the Auditor General to support his claim. There were thousands and thousands of other sole source projects. MPP4 Some agency can want them because sole sourcing per se it was not the problem. The some agency can want them was in respect of
the Auditor General
projects. Auditor General say and follow sole sourcing in Seshaya Wombrem. Any sole sourcing, Auditor General say a boy a day, and more money flees that 3 times. So let us establish, say, San Suleimana Brima arguments anchored on some agency, Bostremuka, some agency can be the now, even on the other NDC personalities, I am challenging him. President John Dramani Mahama, baby, can say, Obe Bani so source. What President Mahama can say? Ye consider Emra, Ebe Bani, the rampant use of sole sourcing, except in exceptional cases. And the President Mahama, say, and
also just a repetition of what's in the law because law for exceptional circumstances.
And some don't hold me on this point because I know you don't have time. This is supposed to be a brief intervention.
Okay.
Nana Minister Honorable Suleiman Abraham Airbao Studio. I would have agreed to come there because I'm using this medium to challenge him to a one-on-one debate on his so-called expose about big push projects. Nebema Ghana for we said the Yeniane Kano. Waira. Is it Obi?
Very well.
Kwame Boja, NDC, President Mahama, we've been consistent. You can check our money.
Okay.
We promise to stop the abuse of sole sourcing. And then stopping sole sourcing and the abuse of sole sourcing, they say, Adia, Ensem Fatakrasi, they use sole sourcing. Obi Mr. Meba. Now you use sole sourcing. That's number one. And number two, are they over so used to social? The man say I was away, I was away. And a boa what they sad, the true source and so. I was say a boa a competitive, a boa no crewum, Emma or minor and
that's fine.
Now, Obi, you're dealing with this issue. You're just quickly on some of the things I heard. Suleiman Abraham
me because of Emran said he is here on a one-on-one interview. Now, me say or responding to it. No, let me make this point, Obi. The point. If we have to call you back, we'll grant you that opportunity.
I promise you, I won't take 5 minutes of your time.
5 minutes is too much. That be 5 days too much.
Suleiman Abraham hold on. Mr. Suleiman Abraham is a consummate, Democrat. And I know he is not afraid of dissent. And it's just 5 minutes. You see?
No, Mr. do 2 minutes.
He doesn't even know, sir, to do competitive tendering for a major road project like big push projects, it will take 1 month. He has said on Ekosiisen, say, to me, 1 month in your competitive tendering. Wow. So he doesn't even know the laws or the rules of competitive tendering. For major roads like this, also by your competitive tendering, the law says advert 3 weeks for expression of interest. Evaluation and shortlisting of firms, 2 weeks. Preparation of requests for proposals will take you between 1 week to 2 weeks. Submission and evaluation will take you at least 2 weeks. Submission by the entity tender committee for approval will take you 2 weeks. If you have to go to Central Tender Review Committee, it can take you to 2 to 3 weeks. If Central Tender Review Committee needs clarification, it can take you 1 to 2 weeks. So for you, I will need a certain expose to demonstrate even a clear misunderstanding about the time required for competitive tendering. But would
that then mean, sir, and our buy we not the moon to mean competitive tendering be
Obi. Mother, and Sawam took was a coin we. A coin I say, Nipetimi dimu traffic 5 hours. No, Jina baby back. Some part to Jenny. The coin we are Nipe also. Are you telling me? Say you quite way the 6 to 7 months I had borrowings a year. Yes, also you do 3, 4 to 5 months and quiet tender. And then you're in your contractor over yes, look, Suleiman Abraham cost inflation. Okay, 1 million. Back anywhere.
Onyanka who asem wo ha inti.
He doesn't understand it. Now the advice, I will not go into the details because you don't want me to go into the details. The advice I made the man and say,
yes,
he has built a great reputation that we all admire and respect over the years. Manema and Prophobia misleading no man say anything. If you don't have information, you ask. A one way I know. I know about Kwame Abojan at office no chat, Sika, and no chat bo. The various technical agencies, Ghana Highways, Federal Roads, the design, saving the country 5% of project cost. I call Ghana Institute of Surveyors. Validation. If you Suleiman Abraham, on your quantity surveyor, on your auditor, on site any evaluation report or audit report. Now, find the cost inflated. You must give us your evidentiary basis. You don't do a simplistic pedestrian analysis of dividing the cost of a project by the kilometers. You don't look at scope of works and you conclude that the project is inflated and you are undermining the integrity of distinguished government officials are very unfair on the spot. Now, you create a platform.
Yes.
Any day, any time, members of the Jai Gold Board, on 1 by 1, or the companies be only 1 or 4 workers. They are not true. We will take the issue 1 by 1 and we will expose the oil and say
or saying the wedding
cake. Me that say ma yemfa NC. I mean, or making a point we are. Now, I was saying Winya Kwan responding to the Akana will do that. But for now, let him make his point. Inti Sami Demfia that's Papa or a CEO Edema Gold Board, National Communications Officer Edema NDC, and Moten and Kano. Mr. Suleiman Abraham, Messa so about Hobio. I think no one know go asem so I can now my examples of lots project a lot and in call one contractor. It is a over 12 so my anafi other issues are raising.
Well, Obi Medase, my din and amity Rasa Mijamfi. Say Adeba Kwa how may you say Nipa be how Mufisa Omoba Bemwa. Nay a church Ghana Yansan in Adwas, Ediaswa. Intino, Nubia Biano, Unimnia Oye, no Omun Nimnia, Umu Eye. Sami Jamfi say one can be bia say a day. Ewa minim sa me bonan kwetie for ebetia. Sami Jamfi like say. Eba, no, Eba. It's clear.
Now, our capacity so betting we should give that person the opportunity to compete. TFA be competitive tendering. My whole crime will be a pre Jumani. The Obetunia Jumani ye or mine be Yasun Faso, a brown mine be Kaka Krebi near Diamano.
Eba, Mammy, whilst I look for other
ones.
Yes. Okay. All can say. And angle back one MPP for the ball may you chrono pa ya dear your friend is so sourcing. Sabrina na all can say no. Na a so sourcing different from near Kayana. Enti say a man for Oba Bemu nebia a mouth to me near dear. O kasa no atobo. Men yet to say look MPP wa
but you don't agree with the contest now critics and a special audit report from the Auditor General. Makana na all can wasem.
Makacha will say they did kind 2025 audit grandma. Inti me no work says ya ka say audit report and ye ntwan a nti engine tum say and the MPP there and the NDC there so sourcing efun bi ani ho MPP there no omo ye no na enye but and the NDC there so sourcing oh omo nye because omo ye angels. Why? When Mahama Yarga in Parliament was saying that the era of so sourcing is dead, so sourcing ewu no patch say President General Parliament first State of the Nation address all council source in Wasem now patch day. Second State of the Nation address all council source in Wasem no patch say. Ghana economic dialogue all council so sourcing will be the rarest should be the rarest. This was March last year. So sourcing must be the rarest of the norm, the rarest and not the norm. This was March.
Yes, March last year.
In the same year. Then we have the Ministry of Roads under the President's initiative of Big Push. 107 contracts. 107 contracts. Emu 81. Yediama so sourcing. Na oba be catcher say wo dey we angel into so sourcing there and andamono is okay.
And sa figures no unya figures ni free hinti 107 emu 81 soul sourcing no. Source near him.
Source on your ministry now, data no my
roads and highways.
Yes, roads and highways. This is their letter, and this is the document. What you say? This is the letter. This is the document.
It went through RTI request. No
exactly, RTI request. No more release. Now, oya roads. Also, wama road contracts 107. Emu 81. So sourced. Also, any abuse. Then what is an abuse? What would an abuse be? If 107 emu 81 is so source and you say it's not an abuse. Look.
But on a no, would you take away and answer what the minister presented to Parliament, the House of Records? Because minister and figures what they call Parliament no, seems to be at variance with way.
Okay.
Which one would you take?
Good. You see, under normal circumstances, you better minister no there.
Yes.
But omo true omo conduct no mama ade di pefe say omo dada Ghana for.
Adentia.
They did kind. Oko Parliament no, they oko kan ye say. Omo ma contrast 107 bia. Contrast omo mama no. Eye mako 54. Yeah, emu 23.
Yes.
No. 54 and omo ba ye. Omo ankasa aye. And 23 there. A year contrast and a war da.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Of BB said old big push. Sa contracts no war da. No mo ba ye san na MPP any sika omo tua sa contracts nti no. Omo e de aba be can big push on. Until 54 plus 23. Ukabo mo that would be about 77.
Because me tie no parliament or say 139 major projects. 54 under big push. NPP project omuja ho ye 23 omo de no abeka big push and na 62 other project government of Ghana funding omo de which are not necessarily under big push. In way any breakdown or my
good. So under big push is 54 and 23
from MPP.
Sure. Good. But yeah request here yes mo a big push contracts and they gave us 107 plus actually 8 others. And no dear, Omoka say ongoing is here. These are ongoing, 8 of them. The rest of them are contracts that were awarded under the NDC. Now, Yemfa Uomo 54 no. Subsequent to parliamentary presentation, what did they do? They came and uploaded it on their website. Tuko Ministry website, you will see 54 projects. New big push, 23, old big push.
Yes.
Now, let's interrogate Nia Womu Ankasa say Yabwa into Omodia Baba to Omo website. No. Look, Sawusha Nia Omofreno old big push 23 and 1. And now I make out news.
You're inherited free MPP for.
Yes. Ni almost say I don't know inherited free from MPP. No?
Yes.
The very first project I also number 1. I'm say I have for rehabilitation of Tepama Buying Goso, blah 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 blah. Date of award 12 October 2025.
Yes.
12 October 2025. So I'm say I'm inherit you.
And so Omachim.
Say
because source of funding assessano, they had to innovation here a technical thing, but they had to do something new. Change the source of funding. And that's why the contract was done anew. But the same contractor, the same contract.
By the way, I even said that day the indicator is even a Sunday, but let's forget about that. The next project, 25th October 2022.
2022.
Yes, the date of award is here.
MPP.
Yes. Okay. The next one, it goes on 2022, 2020. Then the next one is 12 November 2025. So in one document, you have dates of award. Some are in the previous government, others are in this government, and yet you want us to believe, you say all these 23 are novated contracts. If they are novated, why are the dates of awards not all in 2025? Let's go to the second sheet they gave, the one that they themselves have published. The one they say 54, they awarded. The first item, date of award, 15th September 2024.
Where
the 54.
54, no, almost say more time.
Yes.
And Omama.
Yes.
And I'll say be a 2020.
Yes. The very first item, 1st September 2024. The next one, 15th September 2024. And
2024?
Yes. Then the next one, number 8, Bono East, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Road or something, 26 November 2024. So what are they doing?
You don't think that's a mistake, like genuine mistake in the dates?
You see, people make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, what you do is to accept it and say, oh, this was a mistake. We recognize it. One of the things they have done is that on news file, I did indicate that if you take Dodo Pepesu,
sure.
The commitment authorization figure is 684, plus million. 684 million plus.
Ghana cedis.
Yes, Ghana cedis. In the data they gave us, and what they themselves uploaded last week, the contract sum was 804, which is a difference of 120 million. In the data they gave us, plus what they uploaded. So assuming, say, what they gave us was had a typo. So what they uploaded also had a typo.
But no, when you have those two contrasting figures, shouldn't we then refer to the contract itself?
Yes, we should.
The contract near between parties, letter of acceptance, will state the amount of the contract, and no any conclusive than way more.
So if you publish two different data sets,
yes,
804,
yes,
then you say what we are saying is a lie. You publish your own 804, and then you say that when I say 804, I'm lying. So yesterday, what did they do? They went online and changed the figure.
Change the figure. Do you publish it?
Yes.
You change it by saying.
Change it by 683 something.
Which is what they claim is the contract.
Is the cost of the contract.
But you doubt that?
Well, I mean, they just went and changed it and started tweeting that people should disregard whatever we are saying. But is that an honest way of doing things? After you have put it there, and we say, oh, you have put it there, it's 800 and this. You say, oh, disregard it, then you quickly go and change it. So are we being untruthful, or you are being untruthful to the people? Then let's even put that aside.
But let me see if I can share information where I may receive it with you. Into where Ghana Highway Authority head office, managing director Mrs. Growth 82 Global Limited, DSA, rehabilitation, upgrading, construction of roads under the big push, rehabilitation of the Dopepeso in Quanta Road, 46 kilometers. Almost a letter of acceptance. We have the pleasure to inform you that by letter number, almost the number dated 30th December 2025, the Central Tender Review Committee, in accordance with Section 65.1.2 of Act 663 as amended, has given approval for the award of the above works to Messrs. Growth 82 Global Limited through restrictive tendering. Further to this approval, the Ghana Highway Authority Entity Committee, in a letter dated 25th November 2025 and reference blah blah blah, has ratified the award of the contract. The Ministry of Roads and Highways, represented by the Ghana Highway Authority, hereby accept your proposal for the rehabilitation of the Dopepeso to Nkwanta Road, 46 kilometers, at the accepted contract amount of 683,902,957 Ghana cedis and 69 pesos for completion in 24 calendar month from the commencement date of the contract. Will this letter not be like a superior document to the Kenya? There were a contract between the two parties.
Well, so you said who sent you that?
One of our listeners.
Okay, one of your listeners.
Yes.
So that's if you feel that is more that's superior, receiving it from a listener compared to we receiving this from the Ministry of Roads and Highways. In fact, the ministry itself gave us a document.
Okay.
Ghana Highway Authority gave us a document.
Okay.
The ministry itself published data on its website. In all three cases, what the ministry gave us was 804. What the Ghana Highway Authority gave us was 804. What the ministry published on its website was 804. And if you receive all this and then you put it later out, then you say, oh, later they are coming with contrary figures, and therefore you should have known that the contrary figure is true. Then should we believe our institutions at all?
And you say that when did they do the correction on the website?
Yesterday. And in fact, only this morning will be draw my attention and say, oh, Charlie, the people, they ran go change the thing. Meanwhile, we had downloaded it. People had even downloaded it. People had taken screenshots and had shared. But let me come to...
But would that not mean, say, your Magia Tum say, the a mistake?
Now, what you said, the a mistake.
You have to state
Why do you go around tweeting? Yesterday, the minister's what do you call it, handle, was tweeting. Disregard the misinformation that the Dopepeso was 804.
Minister Nankasa.
Yes.
My verifying will say, no.
Oh, now why? The minister's handle was tweeting. So why wouldn't the minister say, oh, we realized that there was a mistake here.
Indeed, here corrected.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did it not happen?
Okay.
Again, back on the Dopepeso.
Yes.
You said Growth 82.
So, an only contractor, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Growth 82 was incorporated in January 2025.
Growth 82?
Yes. The company.
No?
Yes. January 2025. What was their track record in receiving such a contract? So, I'm for Sami Jemfinum, or ya Osimi Bonidin, or Babe Casatin, contract a company I registered on last year January. Near Kwakomano 800 and then they almost say 600 contract. A1 B1 license. Okay, or then or class. Or how did he get into that classification?
But unusual,
you see, road contracts. That is why there are classifications.
Yes.
So it starts from is it D1 or C1 and so on, all now the way to
highest near A1,
A1 B1. And before you get there, you must have built a track record to be able to get there. How did it happen that a company that was registered the same year was awarded close to 800 or 800 and something million, even if they say it's 683? How did it happen?
It will be unconscionable for a company to be formed in a year and in that same year be A1 B1 license. And yet possible.
Well, maybe under NDC is possible, if that is what they want to tell us. But it's never possible. How is that possible? What's your track record? On what basis are we giving you A1, B1 categorization?
Maybe there was show capacity be Nisika or the capacity in terms of finances and all of that. The expertise that we put it together in the company.
Let's not conjecture. Just ask. So wait me for more company be and then I'll acquire A1, B1 categorization. Not that same year and contract. To go and do, 800 or 600 and whatever, even if we are going by their figure, 600. I mean, how? You see, that's what I'm saying. Say, ya ba bemwa. My yes, Ghana for ejimi, and somewhere you can't, ye the caviar sibe to home, ya ankanesa, near patch, say, nan inchre moon, say, and so on and so forth. MPP for you, everything they would defend. MPP did it. Everything they would defend. At the end of the day, Ghanaians are wide awake and they know. Or can say, your friend is saying qualification and I'm Rama who quine and idea. You see now on my who are now about company or one worker.
Yeah, one worker
or more 4 workers in idea. And Sami Jenfi is defending that, or NDC people are defending that.
Why should they not? Because if the basis for the claim debatable, they would have to raise
how do you mean by the basis of the claim?
For example, if the basis of saying a company be 4 workers, based on almost net clearance certificate, that is something people would dispute.
Now, contract more be contractor. There are no qualification or requirements. Say, o company no snit the clearance certificate.
Yes.
Yeah, a jubayefo a wo.
Yes.
Yeah, wutua wo mo senate.
Yes.
O se eye ba akope. E bi kra na ye wow. Wan kasa wa set up company no. Nti o se me nko a. And yet you will be qualified to be given the contract because who we are, you can go and mobilize people. Say na yen nyina betima contractors.
Yeah, but say nya wadwumayefo nyina na wutua senate wo mo.
And I'm say enti ba akon.
Yes.
Ba akon. Na Ghana ha no your friends say emrano den emrano ka say wutimi fanipa a omo ye o staff a wuntua wo mo senate ana.
It depended the engagement.
You see terms. There is another company here.
Yes.
Awarded 300 million Ghana cedi contract.
300 million.
Yes. And they have in their clearance certificate they have 24 workers.
Workers, sure.
24.
Yes.
It is obi or 24. No be one. O say and yashi. And on 24 no there. On when your company this hebia. And that should tell you that look, in evaluating the contracts, there are reasons why somebody cannot qualify for a certain contract and somebody can qualify for a certain contract. How do you tell me say a company I was saying me jume ni ame one wa me tua na senator na me jume me employees baako. And that company is eligible to be given a contract because at the end of the day, Yahusa and Crawford cement are more and therefore they have the capacity. If that is the case, I can also take.
But who you be a woman contract, no? Not 2 companies about. Back said even if we go by SNET declaration form, no. Now I also say over 4 workers. But what now said, we are the amameno. Me here mobilization. I'll go out there, get the job done. Later, my raise certificate in my baby Jiska. But I 24 and I have 50 workers. On what say I just how my mobilization and the Matimia. Why now, dear Juman?
That is why they talk about competitive tendering. It's see BM. What you say? Won frɛ obi ɛmfa adwuma no ma no nanka sɛ ɔkyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ mene ne hyia wɔ dɛ mu no ɔkyerɛkyerɛ me mu sɛ adwuma no obetumi ayɛ mobilization even though ɔse na adwuma yɛ ni yɛ baako pɛ but obetumi a mobilize ɛne ne ɛkanka nti ne asi biem ɛma ne ɔwɔ capacity a ɛbɛdi adanseɛ ne nkrataa ne ne biribia di adanseɛ sɛ ɔwɔ capacity no ne ɛde ama no. But how do you source a company that says I have four workers? Source no. A competitive tendering kra na so ye hwehwe emu no na e kire se omo mba ye ni nyina we de back we de mienu na ne na ne de ye nan no ono kra na do so ntie de ma no a I can understand. But company na e wo 4 workers na 1 worker no minim say bia mo investigations a kire se eno nso was incorporated in 2025 and I say earlier na asan so a kire se o ma ye contract bi da then why should it be a problem? Some workers Obi. So is it for nothing that the laws on contracting exist? Yeah, but is there a law that says then they shouldn't have even included a SNIT clearance certificate? Why do they include it? Yeah, but SNIT clearance certificate doesn't show the number of workers. No, I'm saying that why do they include it? It is also a statutory requirement that you should pay SNIT for your workers. It will tell us who comply with our SNIT regulation. It doesn't prove the number of workers the company has. Who are workers? That's one thing you have to understand. No, who are workers in this case? Then I'm saying that all of us can be contractors. Give me the work. I'll go and mobilize people to come and do it. But that's what contractors do. Yes. Now I offer artisans. Now do I take that to be your workers? It is not for nothing that they say include tax clearance, include SNIT clearance, include this. Those are bases to evaluate officially. Say you have the capacity or you don't have capacity. You think so? That why not? The SNIT clearance certificate will show our capacity and unique capacity. No, I'm saying that is not just alone. Okay. It is that way. Yes, there are other things. And you can now bomwa a trace of capacity and unique capacity. Hey, for money, or so SNIT clearance, and I mean, mini edumafobia, but what the mamma may because my contract be 2 years ago, me and I come up a crack of no SNIT clearance, you was show. You have to show the certificate. But my argument is it doesn't tell the number of workers accompanying the so the number of staff accompanying the so you are therefore saying even if the SNIT clearance certificate said 0. The company is qualified. They should give him the contract. No, that's the intimate Kazero. There is Nipana where company the entity be the one. Company in the Yananas would just net here. And in SNIT clearance certificate indicates that 0. Then the person is qualified to get a contract and sole sourcing or restricted. And in this case, if it's even restricted, so he beat other people. Other people, yes. Maybe because of past record, maybe because of other capacities I will show you. And I make us say, any sending called the 0 crown by a kibet media mano. You see, it's the same arguments. We say, oh, and yes, yes, so sourcing in here. Young conqueror say, oh, yeah, Jumana and answer on your Jumano. If we extend the debate, that is what it will become. Okay. And that will be like Obi Awako University. Now, your detective say, results of the core university no, and your papa. Na obekas there be papa ya say old school no perform yana ana legon for you students be this so you come verify most why results am dey buy no enye papa na man for your argument near here say you be say nko mo school no mo perform yana no mo perform so mo perform there what's your problem? Yeah, but when the difference with when is say SNIT clearance certificate of the core and say there is no doubt about the authenticity of the clearance certificate. Number 1. Number 2, there is no law so workers 4 and 3 won't mean your contract. Obi. Yes. And I maybe say therefore what is the essence of even including it? It's a basis to assess your capacity. And as an Kenyans are then can win here the become. And I'm a banam say SNIT clearance certificate, me SNIT clearance certificate, me need my NBA. My age may be the contract. Why do we include it? So let's not do this to ourselves. Let's not make it as though, look, what matters is, are you able to do this? If you are able to do it, then that is fine. Otherwise, then our laws don't matter. We don't need the laws. Esenka Emran Chesa president to kwaya on fa we parliament ni ade oh ehun hia na ehia say president ko what the investment aba na so on fa investment my eno na hia. Then let's throw away all our laws. No, we shouldn't do that to ourselves as a country. What is wrong yesterday cannot be right today. And we have to be principled. We have to be principled. Won't mean ka say ekwaya ebi mu fa so bokro no pa wo ba yi mu ni so sourcing ene de wo ba ya wo be kire mu say enye ne sa na me de me pa kire ne say sa bre no na say auditor general say ma ye kan auditor we all know say audit reports they don't come once you come into government then they come no so we don't have the benefit of auditors report right now and yen train kopem say auditor general's report be ba kire say oh nkrofo omo abuse so sourcing. But don't be with him.
But the report never na clean bill of health for the Ekosiise. What would you say?
Clean bill of health says Obi.
This is a report never next year and next 2 years. Now I say nothing untoward happened.
Report no ka say the sole sourcing that was happening was right.
Yes.
Well, let's wait and see whether that will happen. That the sole sourcing things that happened were all right. Let's wait and see. But you see. Yeah. Analysis no cry. You can say 107 and contract. 81 and 81.
81 sole sourcing.
81 sole sourcing. Omuko publish o madie no. Almost say 54 no more award no. The 54 smartly they did not include the method of procurement
on the website.
On the website. Sole sourcing ho asem ne aba ene yeka enti samo say mo dispute ne ye ne dia adenti na dia ma publish mo fa method of procurement ne nka ho
India no can say a method but they were silent on the
method. They were silent on the method, but we took it and the 54 emu 47 sole sourcing.
Okay, maybe ain't 54 contract and a big push, you know?
Yes, almost say I know the woman no ma award. Yes. And yet 23 now almost inherit you know.
Yes.
54 no.
Yes.
I know the almost no ye you know.
Yes.
Emu 47 sole source. Now 47 out of 54. Minister no catch the parliament say was this sole source on my 44.
Or no minister 44% in parliament they say or no FR on your 44 no based on the number of contractor or no kind which is 139. In the 139 no car say emu 61 and then sole sourced by them. Into your momo dear mama in a momo dear no or no car 54 big push and na oka 62 other GOG funded projects no in the oka community boom no on see emu 61 and the sole sourcing and that's how come he arrived at the 44%.
And I may say now don't no more publish it 62 den one na work in fact they do baby crowd almost mama 400 open competitive tendering.
Yes. I say apart from we no.
What you say?
400 others here.
Almost 400 others here open competitive tendering. Now yes say more yes so sourcing, more abuse so sourcing. Mo say mama 400 open competitive tendering. What would have been enough to counter what we are saying than 400? Say mama 400. Now yes say 107 emu 81 so sourcing. What's the mama 400 open competitive tendering? I didn't know more publishing.
All the 400.
I didn't na say no cry na kebe defeat ni ayeye kama. One ma 400 open competitive tendering na obi say who abuse so source na. I didn't na publish here no. Na ne oba publish here no so a smartly where you procurement method na frame. Yan kwhwa na emu your friend say 47 so source. Na they make e aka ho a kire nkrofo o mo da Ghana for any say apart from ene nya atwum ya o mu ye ya nano you can say but another na you can nya na tie me say look I have several contracts here awarded under Pami Abuja which is not included in the 54 they have published.
Really?
Yes. And I can go through them.
Time to go through
you can check what they have published
on the website. On their website.
On their website.
Okay.
Now I say 54 no account and at 23 no almost inherit no account na. Identity number publishing no be free. Ebinie rehabilitation of Wenchi Nsoko the BB Sampa road ewa 273 million. Rehabilitation of Wenchi Nsoko that was lot 1, lot 2, lot 3 ni na ewo ha. Bakuye 273, Bakuye 586 million, Bakuye 311 million. Rehabilitation of Wenchi Solar Road, 423 million. And the date of award is here. Date almost some of them are contract. They are all here. 17th December 2025, 17th December 2025, 17th December 2025. Rehabilitation of selected roads in Ejumako Enyan Esiam district.
And when they soul sourcing.
Yes, soul sourcing. Yes. And it is not included in their 54. Why have they not included it in their 54? Why? Why are they doing this to Ghanaians? Why? A rehabilitation of selected roads in Ejumako Enyan Esiam district. The total is here 1.665 billion. And there are several. Rehabilitation of Besianse, Kokobe, Enclave Roads, blah, 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 338 million. That one is selective tendering. Rehabilitation of Enyenyame, Agomoa, Ugwa, blah, 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 Central Region. And also a selective tendering, 385. But you know, this time, you don't even know what to believe and what not to believe when these people say what they say. Because when him, Enra, Sado do Pepesono, almost as he release pages, what is supposed to be pages on the contract. Now there is one particular page, it was stated that the contract becomes effective following the PPA approval of sole sourcing for this contract. Meanwhile, the data they gave us said restrictive tendering. So which one is which? Which one should we believe? You have several contracts, as I said. Akwemu Afraniasi Road, blah, 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 Central Region is here 386 million. This one is a 5-kilometer road. Rehabilitation of Kweutafo, Adoso, blah, 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 Eastern Region, 474 million. So why would you try to deceive the people? You publish 54. There are several other projects here. Why did you not include them? So when the ministry says A, they mean B. And then they mean B. Just as when they said sole sourcing was not good in opposition, and today they say sole sourcing is okay. And Sami Jamfi is talking about, we couldn't have done 1 month for competitive tendering. But you can abuse the law. You cannot have a mechanism to ensure that you can fast track a process to ensure that competitive tendering can be done. But it is easy to rather abuse the law. Because the law says that, sole sourcing can be acceptable. I mean, how? How can we govern our country like this? Now, Suhini was saying what? That, you can say that at least you can say we are hypocritical or double standards. But don't say that this is a scandal. There is a corruption scandal. Or corruption scandal. Mina memeka. Momo say sole sourcing ye de bokrono. Mose Angela MPP for the ball may you chrono a so sourcing. Mina maker. It is a yes so source now. Watch them say the book chrono. What ya who you sent. But even when numbers nature a chrono be course on. Obi, how do you know? And I'm telling you, I've given you figures that dualization. Check which road dualization bay and it cost you 154 million cedis per kilometer. Me say concrete road. 10 lanes, 4 interchanges, and so on and so forth. What is the cost? So we shouldn't just say that. They are saying that. Why are they saints? Obi the oye so source and not a corruption because Kwame Agbeja or say we are not able to build our roads because we are doing sole sourcing. And what does sole sourcing do? It leads to inflated contracts. Now the Obana ye bia. What they are sent into who so source now? What they are crudging, and because Auditor General report in my intino, my encounter, ye mea no niam fan say, and then they sent for and a ebu mine. Despite the fact that you are abusing sole sourcing. Enti mama yarga ka say the era of sole sourcing is dead, you know. And two fees and him say when they cost one, go bet me a catcher Ghana for say the era of sole sourcing is dead, Anna. When the president says that sole sourcing must be the rarity and not the norm, no. If he's a president, to him say when they cost one, go bet me a catcher say, and I'm in under normal circumstances or whatever it is, sole sourcing must be the rarity, Anna.
Okay, in the Sausha or more 54 contracts now, Makase, Omomano under big push. When you take all those 54, the ones they sign under big push, do you see, and as I was inclined, say all the 54 inflated from the figures you've seen? Because I almost have no more science, let's work with 54 a mudia na wo free said Darby figure way there and koye for which reason be just what I say then almost all sourcing when corruption
oh my yeah me so my obi
yes
obi
yes
look this I will give this to you
okay
a list of the 81
the amomoka 81
yes so sourcing
okay
so sourcing yes I know omo the time dem am say so sourcing tin yes you am pese be kwa ka bi no maka say ya anka ne sa enti time am use ya na use so sourcing na o say figures no na yenhwe na yenhwe figures no a inflated ana say me say me who use so sourcing and I would hear 25-kilometer road dualization. Now, some figure no, na figure no 154 million per kilometer. Now we are in so sourcing. Now what catch me say so sourcing ye the bokro no. What catch me say so sourcing inflated contracts. Ono kana gbeja no a ranking member no. Ono so a technical person.
Yeah, or a technical or engineer.
What you say? Yeah. Or architect.
Oh, an architect.
Or architect. And was it so sourcing leads to inflation of contracts. Na sawaba. Na your friend say 107 contracts. Emu 81 so sourcing. Baku kure ni hwa competitive tendering. Sami jamfisi ofre ye obeji time nyina or say your friend say that the agency of time and
traffic amount for the traffic move 5 hours 6 hours in the BBC no ko solve in terms on was away
and I'm saying
competitive
entino acquiring 107 and contracts 107 no nyina no emu ba ko kra ni ho a ya wo mu no mo ka kire ye say aban emra no say eno we see ana se me bo ne din o say emra no say wo be ma contract ya biemu
yes
mu obi a meye bi
yes
mu de mo ba ya contract mako 107 emu ba ko kra ni ho a mu biemu mo de mo ye sense ye kofa mu free aso abafo ye de mu free esoro ene baaye ne na omo to on de na adwenbone nko a omo de omo ya e kire se kro no bo na mo de mo buy 107 not even one is competitive tendering. Why? So yes, let us agree that many of the roles or quite a number of the roles were said that we cannot wait to do, and we cannot novate. They are able to novate the contract, to re-sign the contract, but they cannot novate. They cannot have any other means to make sure that competitive tendering processes can be fast-tracked because it's an urgent thing that we must do. Name what they can do is to abuse the law by awarding all of them 107 million. Baku kreni wa kwano baku kreni wa betimi atwen amaya ye niana wo mu ka se eno na mra no se yemmiem kwano baku kreni wa ne betimi atwen amaya ye competitive tendering. What do they take Ghanaians for? Ekwaya ya award no nyina no emu baku kreni ho. And in any case, why? Some of them are signed in December. Or say, almost the 7 months, engineering and
December 2025.
Yes. There are some here that are 2026 signed. In this Aquino, Nanki team competitive tendering. Sani ya signed 2026 no. And they are not nipe who so. And they are not nipe who so. And if from 2025 all the way to signing a contract in February 2026, we didn't have enough time to do competitive tendering.
Okay, so Osei raise one other issue on some of the, and we bear me final question after you share a wrap up. The issue on say some of the road costs, Modege fed and who say Sikani be from that, and I think you made a Facebook post around that said Sikani be a skill muyi yede highways was a feeder road office in that same contract. Is that the case?
That is the case. There's this contract, a 9-kilometer road.
Yes.
Yeah, it's here. And I know, and I'm gonna make where they are contracting the full contract.
9-kilometer road.
Yes, and only the 9-kilometer road, and that is the contractor who even has the one way canal. Who say okay? Say obi one Senate clearance.
Build managers there.
Say wait me the friend say one employee on the clearance certificate about 146 million CD contract. And no cost no nyamena meka is here. In fact, enya 30 million po. Because the 30 million, they do another debe interest, 25% on it. For 82 kikani nyinaboma, it means that 37.5 million of that money is supposed to go to Feeder Road, Department of Feeder Road headquarters. Maintenance. And then no pay. There's another one here. And also 5.2 is a 5.25 for the same maintenance of the Department of Feeder Road headquarters. And only value for money, no. Yeah, almost say, my income was some. How? In fact, there is one of the contracts here, I think the one that is for 300 and something million. Yeah, three cross-country vehicles and two your friends say 2 pickups. And engineers who know the thing will say, oh yeah, a coin 25 kilometer or 30 kilometer.
Oh, the cross-country.
Oh, the cross-country. Yeah, Tommy and son. Near a friend say pickups on Sumi, and they do this and almost say oh yeah chairman auditor general report say womu use scan no kwanso.
But how about the justifications? Most of these projects almost the share road project no mafaso at the end you would find road project be based on a road project no na ebia interchange bi o baby no mo de akwa school dan bi o baby no mo si into hwe kasoa interchange for example na school dan ka ho na hospital or a clinic assign account into through that road project no omunya clinic enya school eno so
sanya no ho asem ne account yes see how dey ashame 37.5 million project baako emu baako contract no meanwhile me ensa no de amayen emu mienu baako ye 37.5 million and ye dey pay maintenance Department of Feeder Roads omo headquarters minim say na esitie
headquarters ne maintenance and equine maintenance
there be headquarters no maintenance allocated for the maintenance of the minim say wo ministry ho ba bi dia minim
okay
na contract no mu baako no e 37.5 million and ye allocate another one wa ha and also you allocate 5.2 million for the same purpose. And two can be over 42 point something million for the maintenance and yeah for the construction for the maintenance. And this is how they use the money. Yeah, can almost so young chairman auditor general report emra a value for money. And then the chess contracts near inflating any idea. Otherwise 9 kilometer one rehabilitation. Sapiting, feeder surface dressing, sapiting. Over 10 point something million per kilometer.
Sir, quite a scope of work here, sapete.
Yes.
Do you have the scope of work?
Now, sir, contract in here. BBA.
It's just one more year, sapete.
Surface dressing.
On this contract?
Yes, yes.
Really?
Department of Feeder Roads, yes. You can get anybody who is an engineer to come and take the documents and analyze.
It will not be asphalted?
It's not asphalted. It's not asphalted. The contracts are here. You can make photocopies and leave it with any engineer to analyze it for you. Surface dressing. And then they say we should wait till Auditor General reports come because these people, they are saints. When they are doing sourcing, no inflation. But when others were doing it, it is the mechanism, it's the new angle Ghana for I abino de boye chrono. Now abba 107 contracts. Emu baako kra went me anya no open competitive tender. Meanwhile, womo on who chirechirem say emra no say o pesa o ye contract ya biemu na o kan sa no o kan say emra no say o pesa o ye akwan na say agency dia frɛ nipa no wɔ dem na fama na. You see na make say my enya say ye ba ban mu a ye wonyansa chen wo bia because that is what the MPP was doing. BBB can be on be defended. Ne obe can be on be justify. But
me share Facebook post now 6 days ago. Is this value for money? I don't know if you remember that Facebook. Let's start with just a very small one awarded under even restricted tender. Upgrading of Apeguso Impakan Feeder Road.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Signed on November 25, 2025. This contract is for surface dressing, or as we call it, sapeti. And now road length here 9 kilometers. Contract sum here 146 million. Cost per kilometer 16.27 million. And contract here build managers. What is even mind-blowing is how they arrived at the contract sum. A whopping 37.5 million Ghana is allocated as maintenance of Department of Feeder Road headquarters. Maintenance, so not construction of a new office. And guess what? This is not the only contract with allocation for maintenance of the same Feeder Road office.
Yes.
Other contract will require the same maintenance.
Yes.
And I said back here 5 million.
Yes, another contract is here. 5 point something million.
Okay. At arriving at cost per kilometer in the post, 37 million if free 146 million.
That is why I tell you what is even funny is how they arrive at the feeder. Because at the end of the day, that is what government of Ghana is paying for that 9 kilometer road. And so you look at how it has been allocated. And that is why we come to that cost per kilometer. Otherwise, if Yamfan say 37.5 million anymore, the contract sum will reduce. So in the end, we will come to cost per kilometer that is far less.
Yeah, but when
this is how they have built the friends say the contracts, And therefore, if we talk about it's not inflated, it's not this, are we being genuine?
Yeah, but when you know from the onset, say 37.5 air core into a non-core road activity. Then you have to take that out before you do your cost per kilometer.
But that is why I'm saying, what is even funny is how they arrived at the cost. Because why? If I'm looking at just the raw figure and I'm dividing, this is what I get. But what is funny is how they come by that cost. So you see, at the end of the day, we've asked for the actual contracts. We didn't only ask for, data monfa with my monfa. Okay. We asked for the actual contracts. And we are hoping. Yes. And of course, we are entitled to it as citizens.
Oh, of course.
And we hope that
published.
Yes. And so we hope that they will still give it to us, because the initial thing that they said was that we should give them 15 days to compile it and give it to us. So we are waiting for the 15 days. We have previous precedents that makes it clear that as citizens we are entitled to the contracts themselves. Yeah. And we have no doubt they'll give it to us. And when they give it to us, this whole idea about scope of works, blah 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 blah, we can all interrogate it.
But would the scope of work, if you see them eventually, maybe lead you to taking a second look maybe at the cost? Okay, me who on the face of it, I thought the cost near can say, but me who scope of work, I say okay then.
But why do you want us to speculate?
No, because when it comes, that's how who scope of work now, as compared to the cost. If you get to know, say okay, adie me who born say you can dual way and now can keep cost there.
Yes, dualization.
Yes, ABS on the face of it, you should figure out say so. But when the scope of work never who the details are.
I told you that. We have engaged experts.
Okay.
Who have access to some of these things.
These information.
Okay. And they've already said, this is quite alarming.
Really?
Yes.
It is unjustified.
How can you have that dualization per the scope of works that they have seen at 154 million per kilometer?
Okay. And what I will do, and they say, James, bra. No. Inti, my name say, one question each. Eddie, I'm on sana.
Mate.
Yes. Because, Doc, a question be Suleiman Busana fe.
Mini question be a man say.
Okay.
And some now what can I make say? Who here pass it this uncommon?
Yeah, this uncommon. That's fine.
Well, na me nyaya. One more rashi from government side.
Yes.
To answer no. One can say wrongdoing, scandal. No, but the attempt to cover up.
That's where the issue is.
The Watergate scandal didn't become a scandal until there was an attempt by Nixon to cover up. And I wouldn't. Yeah, nipa. Me as when Kenya big deal. Sulebeko, and I will make my presentation on it.
Okay.
Oh, sir, me pese obi pese community. Oh, say, asama ye kan yina, there's an issue of principle.
Yes.
Principle no de ohin. A principle is either wholly kept or wholly abandoned. To compromise on principle means the abandonment of that principle. So now who can say unimpa, because some of them are no more issue of it no. We're lawyers.
Yes.
Say yemra no ma single sourcing. And ye wo ba ku bi e fe no sole sourcing. But remember say in this context we have used them interchangeably.
That's true.
And ye wo restrictive tendering. And ye wo competitive tendering. Ni na wo yemra mu o. Ami ye sure say ye use ni nyina over time. Ami dia kosunni. Me say from 2013 to date yenya commission of inquiry
into road contracts
under single source, sole source, restrictive tendering. Niangu companies omuwi ni ye no.
And the
beneficial owners. Nianhwe niema binom. Eno ye one side. Enti se ne nim say ade no wo ye mramu a. Ede na ma enra ye ka say yes ade ni bia katashi ni proye. Eno na ma na ya asem ni wo. But the definition obi the mass had no enra. As if say enye, in fact say as if say ye the share manifesto mu kra say enam say ye abuse the word they use was abuse. I don't know how ade amrama ho kwan ye say ye abuse no. But ye abuse nti ye be ma eswati ye be abeti.
Yes.
Yes. Enti ye be abeti no. Na ukohwe the ono Suleiman Abraham mu ye omuhwehwe mu no say 81 out of friend saying 107. If you do the computation, that's about 75%. Minister now all can say 44% no grano. Let's ask ourselves, is 44 rare?
One in the breakdown too.
No, me say that be, but it's a 44.
Yes.
Granted. Okay. So who taking the 44 now? Is it consistent with what they promised?
Okay.
So it is an attempt to deny. And I'm asking who.
But 44 will be an improvement over.
What were you comparing to?
Now when TM Minister called Parliament, no.
Obi.
On the situation he took over, no. Now almost 100% sole sourcing.
Which data? Ono percent. Ono needed. Ono adabi the okokan wo no no. Data be no de call ho. Now even if you are comparing say 100%, now also the beba rare. It's your 44% rare of 100%.
Okay.
So that's the issue. And to me, you see, politics they be there's no shame to concede
when you get it wrong.
When you get it wrong, especially when your intentions are innocent and altruistic. But you know, the ama ye jina and they say uka sembinra efa de bi ho na nne ade kro na wo ye bie ne ye kana wo dane wano.
That is where the issue.
Now when you to say ade no bia yan hu no sanra and I said the can ye come and traso enti ene no adwobre minim say minyin ni say nka ayi sule wa besa ba betran mo na. And then the last point I want to make on this is this.
Na ye ba and the obeka den say
we can't say me we no see bisa question
another question me say me bisa question who be bisa question
pacho who dey tie
okay
the ene ye kan tie orasa me jamfi tie ni
okay
oh
no
problem
is it the production team na no any
who dey tie
it's only fair them
Fredi afasika na kentenswa omoni omoyere ni omomani omobusuafo edi sika ni nyafunyafo ti sika bia ni wa de be yo man ni ye enunti na ye bre no enunti na ukrum kwan no aka ho aban ne nyeye no enunti na aso piti sa ye hwe no ye hu no. The reason is corruption. Enunti se ye pese o mai fa no tuma pefra e wo se ye nyina ye ni bre e wo kata hye pro ye dream so na ye te so atua na ene kata hye ne pro ye no new angle bi aba MPP for the bomb by no chrono yi pa idea your friend so source in the actually in an say a fine person did you make JB. Now in say of a family council abemu ama omo or pepasa or yes you money in a pre a bind is there be me the share them na me the command papa I don't your friend is so source. There be me the share them na me the command papa
na say we one of my own production na mo ye jungle ina na
me e ma ho kwan e ma de opese wo ye bibia na e me pre na de ne bo wo fom wo betumi aye ne ye ne ye mfa adwuma ne ma no na mo mi twabo na me de amani pa ba kwa ma na ye
Asempa FM. You see, okay. Senior na make Dr. Kabila or Kabi asosono. Say ye wo mai uko UK no ne adea. Obetie ye say Prime Minister bi resign. Minister bi wa resign. Secretary of this wa resign. Adentia. Oh, you appointed to him say or her say. Emre bibi say ba ye no. Now opposition ye. Ene eba ye no say na oka na omatwe mu no ma resign. So oh, I realize that nia me ye no ene nia me principles ye no enye. But obibini o kan say enra say ene esan say ono na odidi hu nti no. Oh enra de na me kan na nia me pa kire ne say na eye say nya sa na me kan na me kire say ni say eno na emoa wo man.
So let me Eric answer the question I want to ask you.
Yeah, I'm saying this is the first time.
Eric,
so them. Some come in your penny. Kabila.
Yes.
Come on,
Eric,
but let me make this clear. I'm say ono ba no sign production ya wa so ono and the voices e ba ya ono abebo enti nyamu na mo ball from baby yeah the voices e ba me mo bi wo hada yeah the voices ne ba yeah the come Dominic authenticate na Dominic abo ba we there senior anka say uniform na ono aboso enti obo voice ni we mi hu say na TikTok about for meaning say the yakeka si ani no and I will be sending via man or there any production. Sammy spoke on this very issue. That very day, oil press conference, I was also seated. Namiti Hobi. We cited specific project near Kahwasem. I remember Sunyan Airport project. Na Alaji, former vice president, we be a friend in Mumuni, then the Mirifinidi, or no, na ye the money company. And I cited what the Auditor General said in some paragraph, I think 61, 62 up to 64. We cited all those in Yamana is stated in the said document. But on the official senior debate na ode kokobona ba no da obebe bia no ofri ha no wajam ko ha ofri ha no wajam ko ha nti sese no kra no yentimi hu se so source ni ne yedi bone see overprice contract se bi mu na any capacity in some na ye hwanya ba me pese me busa no question me pese me busa no question bi o say one question pe say na okay
what time crab busa me
senior me say na o kan issue of capacity assembly I like your understanding of capacity may be different from my understanding of capacity because it be an interpretation here. But can't charity for say a registered company, a construction firm, a year juma number of years. Yes, and the workers yes 4 and a half 4. Obi the one, other member obi the 4. And you need the capacity to even serve as a contractor and I say nipa 4 na near the man na untimi nye juma be as a contractor.
Okay, where we?
Yeah, no kwa na answer.
So they didn't kind yo no Kabila me nyamwa
o de ya no
they didn't
sa company ni di near den sanam yeah nipa 4
obi dey 4 my nsi 4 no nkwa so me say obi dey 4 obi dey 1
o de yi 4 na ma meko 1
na 1 dey hu nya
yi ni nyina no ba yi 4 na no ma
me my yi ni nyina
no don't box it
no why me say capacity
What's the capacity? Mebo, what's the capacity?
Yes.
Mebo.
Yes.
Anti capacity no mamen come on.
Yano.
What you say?
Senior no.
The other kind. Capacity no. We've raised 3 issues. The other kind say, yeah, the contract. Omu na omu invitiation no. Omu say 804 million. Yeah, document omu de maye. Near highways for their ministry ne de maye. Near highways for the maye. Their ministry na kasa publish on website. Nimi ensa nyina na ye 804 million. And ye ba hana ye be expose omu say. Ato forcing authorization commitment or the mamon for that road no. Na ye 683. Nti mukrade na contract na ma o do ma broso by 120 million. Enra kude omakosesa figure no e wo website. And that figure aligns with the contract and Kasano figure.
One contract no.
I read it.
Obi na send o document me boa. Me say this me question no. They didn't kind. Sa contractor ya me can asem.
Your friend is saying.
Growth 82. Sa contractor me ba what's the capacity?
Me ba na metie no.
Na so we busa na question.
What's the capacity? Eric. And I'm say they didn't kind. Sa contractor na mo de man no. Contractor no register that same year. And we a capacity issue. A raising capacity issue because Rose Ministry you have to get classification. To be classified as A1, B1 contractor for a certain type of job.
Yes. That's the first capacity issue.
And we have first capacity issue. Number 2, Yama Obi 146 million CDs contract ya. Nipa krono. Ose na dwuma ye 4. Ye bisa Senate clearance. Ya eno eka no ma ye gina ugina so edi di adanse ye say company no ame wono eye company a etumpon no. Na dwuma ye 4 years a ose baako. What you say? And then you go through this document and award the contract. Just and kanipa no say a 0 kra nkenfa ho. Number 2, ose me nyina 4 no so. Obi de no ye bisa ne say ono ne contract here over 300 million. Ye bisa ne say ono so ne Senate clearance e saying ose nipa 4. And then almost say oh, minim company no. Enti na me kasa no. No kra minim company no. Enti sa me evaluate ade no a. Auditor General ba na se or evaluate the award processes no a. Enya fe no be ko say contractor na no se o nipa baako ana o nipa 9 no. Oje adwuma no oye ya na wanye. Menua ye nyina ye nim say yete Ghana ha ye nyina ye nim. Obi koje contract no a sublete. Masa Eric,
it's a possibility.
And a possibility. See, I can say a possibility. And
it can happen again.
It happens. Obi koji contract no at home. Obi koji contract no a sublete. Or the political connections are koji contract no a sublete. It doesn't it happen?
It does.
Tiaka capacity asem. Nasa I say obi wo say owo nipa baako ana nipa 9 yen konkoshe adwuma na oye. And I'm saying, and in fact me ametie yi uma me project say me si multimedia eden now frame me kude na be ma odema me say oh minua so sourcing ya the way e ma gia me one engineers bebre ya me dey
obi onim de ntia na yeah onim de ntia na me busa na sa many unyina am so obi anya contractor na okasa na de ba kwa me pick from ne argument ne pa ne say o se copy technical person abusa no and I be say engineers no into no cra admit say onye technical person 1 2 ono admit say ono individual not say no onye engineer
so can
me and I say I was so excited say o making the case ni nyina no make reference
capacity something the engineer
senior meba senior meba o say sanya man the engineer
me say capacity something the engineer eligibility and qualification for a contract
you don't know me unima na unim me pa chew nye say engineer
okay scope of works
mama nka say
any ade
so my name was
Obi o Ministry of Rules engineers na ye adwuma ho no adenti no mo fo no makosun ade ho no mo ye adwuma adwuma me ne wo kan nyina nsem a waso a wo kan nyina enye presidency na ye ho adwuma e na enye multimedia a Ministry of Rules teaching engineering department omo na front nyama dodo ya wo kan and you are telling me said the award ya wo kan enye engineering asem a layman be a bit nyatene baby akasem kwa me bo obo contractor ba ko na o say ne workers here for and I'm no or responded me ba capacity issue me ba senior according to your documents Obi you see me ba na say una odi aba na say according to your document I'll make a reference to that is it ma me nka say senior Obi ma me nka say Obi according to document also ma finish no contractor ya obo ba akudin say na juma e 4 no the question is our track record why kwanda and now nye kwanda meba nye asem under the regime of the NPP sa sanamo se hwan ya ye kan Obi me wo contract ekuta me makoma 22 on na ye we or the nipa for na ye
or yeah, contract 22.
Bobo, I have a copy here. Document in the soft copy. I'm messing send them and I can't do a print. Maybe senior, let me finish. Here you see, maybe. Me say this contractor now always misleading, but you are misinforming the public, and you think yours is okay.
Eric.
Maybe.
For those contracts, maybe any benefit of
Obi. So you are not telling me today, so you being a lawyer. So person who's a company be as a senate me yes senator so why are you telling me that?
I've already said
and I'm also making reference to you say this said company under the regime of the NPP yeah man the contrast marku 22 yeah executed sana into the nipa phone we should be asking you that
okay
Bubobi
kisi besiasi ebukrom
Bubobi or the nipa for and you see senior ya ka say construction company e wo site ye adwuma na nche say nipa for na gina ho ye adwuma me ne oti kroma me ne oti kroma ye nim say the construction adwuma te omo adwuma sori wa bra Obi omo nya adwuma omo ye ana mewa and 90% of the contractors in this country so omo nya adwuma sa core staff bi omo hi omo service office na omo ne omo na ye adwuma who doesn't know Inti ene ye no ane say na me a company under 2019 eba why ye adwuma be 22 contract and they say eye 4 staff and no dey omo ye and I pens me ba contract o minister who raise issue of capacity ne fa o dey fa there be o dey fa documents me ba ebiem Obi
and you are deviating from what he
I listened to what he said and me busa the questions Obi mami
I want it to be who are questions and the busa
no questions
what is that? If you are coming to do a presentation,
na me busa the question. I must on fa krata ni na mama.
No, who the krata ma? Who question na? Na me dey say na you may analysis.
Good. Meba. Obi.
You may analysis na.
Who dey ma Obi na person ejidi no. Obi answer you. Me document na wo say any one dey
Inti documenta mebo documenta say there how say
who another one more question
na mani ya no we ya no say nipa phone here o say document na me dey ama no say 22 contract nipa phone here say na oka
look at that.
Look at this logic. No, I just want you to admit it. But is that what Kabila don't talk as if say be bully obi because you know be matured and yes so be careful. Is that what he said? No. But is that what he said? Is that what he said? How is he bully? And the posturing. How is he bully? Keep mute. Mama neni Musa. Sit down. Mama neni Musa. Sit down. Don't go. Man interested.
Do you have a question for him?
I don't know. Me the Musa question. Why? Honestly, come and sit down. Honestly, Obi. Senior Makabila Metnasi. Obi. Debi na make us some Obi touchline now to abogu. Obi. I mean, Musa me question. Obi. Me dear.
Yes, sir. But I'm a
Nipa 4 there no.
Now what your question? Nkola question here the coin.
Now David. Now Nkwala comment where Paris pass here or the coin. No, but you shouldn't talk to me say Nkwala question. Look at you.
Eric.
Masa, Pius, who this year bebu? Eric, Medamaka, senior, continue.
So the question is, sir, a corner of my
Nipa 4, no, 22 contracts.
They didn't kind. And Yamana may see Nipa company no Nipa 4. Company no documents or the koji contracted. Yeah, you be saying say, where you my 4 years saying.
Yes.
Or say, Nejuma 4, A4. Yeah, hey, me did say, you move be a SFA. Ah, be a doubt in one I'll see. Who sit down? Now you're a contractor. Who sit down? Now you're a contractor.
Darby.
And Nipa, you buy about 2 or more of you no more a Juma of your own. No more your Juma for now. One for more by day. Yes. And no more yes.
Good.
And say, oh, mommy, the problem is how did the person qualify for the contract? Because there is eligibility. And one thing I make us say, otherwise, I can go with clearance certificate that shows that my work is 0.
Obi, meba. Thank you, senior. Senior, thank you. Well, me person the answer questions. Obi, let me finish it before my final comment. Listen to me carefully. Answer. O make it clear example. Be say, ye nyina wo hebi obi asifie. Na ni pe asifie na adwumayefo ne ye adwumayefo. What you say? Fine. Say Obi me de me fie ma contract see ensia. Libres na de omoba nyame na de omoba ana meboa e na ban de kwan ama contractor so wonye adwuma no sa libres na ban na de omokwa na as contractor na de omoye adwuma. So you should also know say meba so you should also know say contractor na who make case say ne staff eye 4 no ye man adwuma no call site nso na nipa eye adwuma nipa no bro 4. What am I saying? One now make a case of libres you. So oh senior. Into your qualify and come mom. Hey, and when I mean can be so question, you didn't answer me. I told you say, we'll say we should ask a technical person. Maybe my first point. Me say my first point and say, we'll say. Oh, my first point I'm raising. What's the deal? Maybe you. Me say, we'll say. Yembusa technical person. And you being here, no, on your technical person. This technical staff start at the ministry. They did everything. No, more the contract. What you can't say you raise what they did is wrong in law. Is that what he's telling us? Obi. No, is that what he's telling us?
What you are asking,
Eric?
No,
me busa no nya wona me de. O say, sanko for technical person no what na me no. Eye adwuma we nyina no. Ya emre bia ya say, o ba beje aban contractor o say 100. You are being unfair. 50. What you say documents not present here and
and
non qualified on qualify so
you see me be question.
How does he qualify? Obi do
you get it?
Why?
So how does he qualify?
Therefore, the 0 never.
Therefore, the 0 never saying. Okay. Why from this?
Or the 1 ever qualifies.
What from this?
Then how can
Pius and I'm Hajide?
Look,
Mr. Brahma.
Debut, Asempa can so maintain was here. One question, ya no mama and you know the issue.
Honorable Brahma.
Yes.
Mr. Media. A foot tour and I made a decline. Near young Crawford ye. Who nip security, Pacho, any Ghana police in Dinkomo. Any Ghana police in Dinkomo. A demo hampo. A someone will start taking mood the whole be TB. A demo hampo, Nyadi Yawi. Me,
when you are Eric Pacho,
me Paucho pa, ye bisa o say. Sa nkrofo yi nipa 4 no e no mo de ye adwuma na technical 4 e na na wo ministry ho. MPP apenso e na ye nuanom NDC fo yi entro ni propaganda ye kan ya anyanya bia Mr. Brahma, adwuma na wa ya wagidin wo mu yi. Mo penso MPP apenso ministry ho no. Pacho na eye sebi nyado. me ma me mu a moton tomatoes wo dwom e na no mo ye dwuma wo ministry ho ana me question no because say bi wo ho ye mbisa question
ye mbisa wo se me mbisa me
yenka
asema me mbisa me question
tie no afei tule Mr. Brahma mestre say baby awa ya kodui wo so woman yentu awuka wo
of course
me ba no me nua na o ti wa o ka no Ghana sika Land Cruiser kesiye bi light the name airborne we driver no se mo securities police ni the buy you
obi
engine no that lucy so
obi
onu aye di Ghana se ka hwe no tie
obi
driver ho onu aye di Ghana se ka no hwe no ye bo Ghana se ka no ba no
meba we enye emotion obi
Pius media aka Eric Bahi ni ye chichi no ni ho. You see, sometimes in your politics, you time do.
Now why Haji dey ka say?
Ye chichiri.
Pius na Haji.
Na Eric na oni ministry ho. Sika amanfo kura ebetumi anya. Afrisa ade yi mu no. Ma chirechire mo adu mi so a.
De na mo ye no.
Na o de ye ba ho.
Okay.
But we NDC no. Asem wa ba emu da ho clear kura no. She questions how bisa.
Me da se Pius Anam Haji.
She questions how bisa.
Suleiman Abraham. Yeah, da se pass over. Why?
Obi
be say so di nkomo bio.
Me so me da se, but the make twa to an say we are ye nyina no e your mind no ye yo ntia. Okay. Senia Pius ken.
Basinia obi bisa o question bi.
Manika na se mo.
Ono asema me bisa. Oh, yes. Pius gasa obi bisa o say. And it should in case Auditor General meba in case Auditor General yen adwuma nyina awie na ye ka se contract na ye de man kofo no chimatu bi animu a obe backtrack de waka ni nyina
should in case
me say in case meba in case Auditor General ehwe sa nkrata no mu daachi wi na hwe ni mu a obetwe asan
me so kan me mami nyiwa no me say should in case 2028 yeto aba na mu lusu a ebe yo mu ana
asema mi busa wi o say yeto aba.
Now, why should I be talking about Auditor
Because we were making an argument then based on Auditor General's report. And then the argument. No. And me busa say nipa na o kan ho nsem yi. Ye wie na so onye hwea. What will you say?
And what chichi bibi wo Auditor General ho ana.
Did it come I first say
Masa mo me transit. Mo ba mini momra.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down.
Insurance,
your trustworthy friend.
Insurance,
your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Africa Green Tea,
Deep pepper perko. Na didi prepo. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye woduane a. Na what Africa Queen mackerel. Na we chewe no mu keke. Lampakwa.
Get ready to save big. Better itel A100 smartphone and an itel 32 and a 43-inch TV. Now for free yam phone, Ekofie. What's here? Free yam phone. Also, grab Infinix Hot 50 series and enjoy a massive 150 Ghana cedi discount on each purchase. Buying a Techno Spark Slim and you for 99 Ghana cedis keke ekaho. Then the latest Techno earbud BD04. Better fridge. Now for 400 Ghana cedis ekaho. Then 2000 watts Binatone stabilizer. For full love Ghana. Shop Max Buy. Call 054-401-9552 or visit maxbuy.com.gh.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supplier Ketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Krakow Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control na wetumi ato enema ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Let your sneakers ni t-shirt. Leather coats no dear. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Nani standing orders with any bill so. Wa Ecobank mobile apps no. Ubetumi akomande usika. Die dija wa Ghana ni abibrim aman edue sa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or play an Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, one samo da.
Electrical appliance bang na wo pato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones ahodo nyina. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, any call Franco electrical appliances. Are durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so. Go a branch beer benwo. Nekwaji electrical appliances. Eye papa nani wofu. Every Franco. Anafre 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online. Ubetmenya up to 40% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi. Eye bakupe. Eye Franco.
Sebono nsia kusi na nkrompa imu anopa bia. Edwoda kusi fieda. Aso nyina tie station baako tie program baako. Ewa Asempa FM so. Eye the ultimate sports show. The ultimate sports show. Bibia fa bukansie ho. Ewo fie. Ami amanone. Saobetia timu nchiremu yia. This is the show. Big interview bia. Story kesie bia. Ehana ubete no wesanse. Eye the biggest sports show in Ghana.
Dr. Ado is our coach. People to all of a sudden talk about the future of a coach that has qualified you to the Mundial. I mean, we are kidding in this country. Ghana for DNF. What goes into our DNF? There's no player in this Ghana for sacrificing. In the history of the Black Stars, I don't see any player. When you talk about sacrifices, I know what I'm talking about. But sometimes Nipa doesn't need regret it. You have to just move on with your life.
Muka, and I believe to the headquarters of sports.
The ultimate sports show.
Abusha for me dinde obey kwaku Andy Dodora Femi Papa Maestro the Supreme. Me na me di dwumadie ho chiame. Se metena makonya kese enu mu a. Bia nsem no wo bia. Me ne mabadwafo Domasuko Kano said ye tie. Eye dwoda kopim fiada 6 to 9:30 am.
Jack Patabare vi manya ku.
Wado asie. Obia wo de tiaro pa ani awia. Nanso adonu bra. Eye bibia. Ewo Asempa FM 94.7. Bibia jumadi fufra. Ye dia Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Omadoma. Bibia wo bisa traffic na chia. Ye mechi bibia be doji afa. Enyom no so. Dia be na eko. Training stories and Philistine na. Eso ni sade so. Mesuama. Nemu menkancho bia o. Ebeko konsa dia ye mia. Just bibia jumadi Asempa FM so. Edishiame Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na ocommand wa Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supplier Ketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Krakow Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda. Ope extra control na wetimi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Let your sneakers ni t-shirt. Leather coats no dear. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Nani standing orders with any bill so. Wa Ecobank mobile apps no. Ubetumi akomande usika. Die dija wa Ghana ni abibrim aman edue sa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or play an Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, one samo da.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, fair strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, fair strong. Oh, Ghana mash out and sing the song. When the sun they hot, syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. And any project you they start.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twetwe me se. And me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit go so na me srea. Eyo nwa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twetwe me se. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy se ho ban e free mowa e boy se mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumuka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni. Yeti center for.
Me de magical Chaco toothpaste out tubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me siye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ania ma me nim di bidie twetwe yense no. Asaya bebie mu. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. No wanum yi ram. Enunti mo amonom cafe, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aji ejodi nka to ya to mo.
Driver need it. So to sequence wa. Bibia betumi asi. Enunti na wasa wo motor insurance. Ayentem. Ama wo so na enya wo mo wani tutunka wonsam ahohiahia mu. Say comprehensive motor insurance, third party fire and theft, and a third party nkoa. Provident insurance ni wani daso. Every January kosi March. Sa wo insurance wo ye ho. Ana wo renewa. Ye chawfua coupons. Ana branded souvenirs kama. Enhihye kakra wo ho. Provident insurance branch bia. Ana ye agency outlets. Obetum so ko license broker bia ho penchiremu bia for 050-937-4928 and providentgh.com. Kaisa wo yankon ko be here Ghana card and adwuma ko so be here tin number sene nice nhye with Provident man
Amena so ye betie professor Ike Wallace that tonight's gonna be a good night.
Ampa, tonight is going to be a good night. Me dey at the Professor E.K. Wallace. Me tell you ma, the sports night bro. You hunya mu kakra. Fi adwada kopim ya wo de bia no from 7 to 8:30. Our Asempa 94.7 FM so. The sports night bro. Ma do apia mu our Ghana agudie mu. Ene amano ne die nyina bro. Afin so guest air spotlight e dia bro. Discussions are emu do and de bro. Eno wachi no, yes the expert interviews. Inti alaje un support ore akudofianu.
100% I mean I'm very vice chairman.
Sa committee na mo de betu curtain no ka na be vice chairman.
Yes. I think catch football here need
money all stars. Wangasa wada fupa ne boboko na mo de epem so.
More than that for miaru. Dia hade o mini akitiwa me maji we duwa na me zumi dia man.
Jora Jordan Aglan samo ka se ene no mbaje afum sem na mba mu fie wa na omo de achemu kwa no.
No so ka sa ye den ya. Football is not like that.
Every 1 minute bia no na interviews no etwagu. Afin so kwa no. 13 fantasy corner. Eno hyehyɛ so kokko ebetia boa na guide o. Na wetime twa better. Obetia di ne befu. Ebie pon de ato. Ama wo a wotie me no so. Wo do adwenkyere atua saba.
Hello, wale. Hello. Jennifer, Hey,
Jennifer. Hey, Jennifer. Una.
Davi mindae.
Hey, Jennifer. Obekumi o.
Wale, Adrian na to dia is like what baby abo so unda ya ni so hinanda. We ye crusade wo kromo ade bereje.
Sports night. I watch night. Bomo dia da. Baby awo Ghana fanani wi ase afanani. Text messages na ekwanda ho for WhatsApp comments ni bejan. Ko YouTube so our Asempa 94.7 FM so. And from 7 to 8:30. Fi adwada kopim ya wo da bia no. Our Asempa 94.7 FM so. Yeah, the sports night bro. Sports night a goodie nko a.
Big Easter sales koso se ya e wo Compute Ghana. E free na ya kopim 12th of April no. Brabeto niema fi wiase brand akese bi te se Samsung, LG, TCL, HP, Lenovo, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Huawei, any brands ekuku dam nyina. Nenya discount ekosi 40%. Sa Easter Compute Ghana ma wo discounter. E bro adwene ne ntiasie so. Se wo to ade 3,000 cedis kwa. Wunya akwanya e raffle draw ni mu. Fa ho kwan e di achede akese bi te se 98-inch smart TV, laptop, mobile phones, and then Nyama P. For Compute Ghana showroom via Seseya. Ana toya Nyama wa online www.computeghana.com. It's the idea. And your Compute Ghana neko. Freyen 0302-752020. And now WhatsApp yen 0243-143-143. Sa ope hun sembisa. Sankratwe NLA any Caritas platform on Sasha se.
1xbet odds ni doso na wodi so a yetua sika no tentem ene de bia gudi ahodo bi ko 1xbet.com.gh website ana app so use promo code GHDRAM never 300% welcome bonus ekopem 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you true inti twa no wahwe yemu enye ma wona won di mfie du nwotwe. Gaming Commission agent krato yatum.
Africa printy,
Deep pepper purple. Not deep purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye woduane a. Na wato Africa Queen mackerel. Na we chawe no keke. No pokwa.
Adompa Easter 2026. Yeah. Adompa Easter no. Yeah, Trumunchine. Abache Afibia. 3 days back to back non-stop entertainment. And you mo tie bio so to penis asarabonsam wo bu achacha. Antia free so. Ya kaya ho. Sa oni Adom afa. Adom TV ni Asempa from Amfo Bepo no a. Wow, jejeje.
na cover bayo.
Some get wrong. Yeah, TV piano Thursday, 2nd April. I will Linda Door Restop. Bonsu Jansen. And we are called Pine Song. Big Dia Sabadiache. Live band the Papa Bia Pimpini's. The Riani Afobepono. Friday, 10th April. Aya Kwaba Bash. Our Dome Park of Bombing. Solo Kumu Proma. Sans the musical performances are what rap battles. Cheseja. Medical for the Lavon's Tomato Mix cooking competition at Chassia of Fiquans. I am powered by Lavon's Tomato Mix. Guinness and Ecobank. After Pocha Yenini. Saturday, 4th April. Pano our full Roman school back. From clubbing at the bunny of football. Who is who? Our Asempa from Easter games. Nana Numera don't pack up on me. Yeku stage Babala Pass, Rambo, Swama, Diatin Way. And know yet the Mega Street Bash performing live on stage. I am Stone. One God left for the porno. And your back-to-back performances. And you're no rap father. KO7. Kasahari Sojas. MC Darlington. El Jenna. As a tale. Powered by Guinness. Ecobank. And a Lavon's Tomato Mix. Pro Easter 2026. You are Quadias Yakon. Guinness. Black Shines Brightest. Lavon's Tomato Mix. Love Days. Ecobank. The Pan-African Bank. Yabwafo Bino Nation Insurance. Didi Homemade Taste Chito. DBS Networks Limited. The Raymond Peters. Rebirth Hygienic. Ayuda App. Atna NLE. Centers Tank. Ochiaba Powder. Franco Trading Enterprise. Soccer Bet. Linda Torres Stop. Sky. So don't drink and drive. Pay as you earn motor insurance. Coronation Insurance Diapa. NMS RTP. Adom Pro Easter 2026 by Adom. It is Saudi and Fobipoya. Wow, we change. 1xbet odds ni doso na wodi so a yetua sika no tentem ene de bia gudi ahodo bi ko 1xbet.com.gh website ana app so use promo code GHDRAM never 300% welcome bonus ekopem 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you true inti twa no wahwe yemu enye ma wona won di mfie du nwotwe. Gaming Commission agent krato yatum. Omo dispose chiache omo jiamodi sene obebisa omo afa sports ho bia omo betenete nanso wan ana yemu telepa enu ne ye behwe e wo de Asempa from community sports quiz ne so Asempa from community sports quiz sene ne di ne kire no community be won kra ana abiasi our sports on semupa Mala Santa Maria North Kadesh Accra New Town Nima Kaswa Amasamai Ashama South Industrial Area Adako Domi Pillar 2 Tema Anateshi area bay and the ultimate price is that's no some point of beer and the be taste see be me day me 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. I was some FM so the quiz master Chani Chichi no time keep up on it all crying I have some from community sports quiz you are going to see I have center stank I am strong I am tough white temple agencies choose quality choose white temple the game energy drink feel the energy lock and mixture Nasida in kind Kojak Coco and on the original Pepsi Company Limited. Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen,
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine
94.7 Asempa FM Suni Ekosiisen Jumedi no Asukuso a utie no ma yena munyina ase ne munyina akwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen so said ye munim no your discussion segment ye de bremu Pius enam hagide ewa ha okasa edema the Brian a champion kamana say na okasa Emma the Brian a champion campaign
after election says her camps in
sometimes in na okasa
so there is no need. And now you want to still okay, he has moved on.
In the former deputy minister youth and sports and a former deputy minister information.
I mean Kasama MPP.
Ah, sounds here.
Any year Dr. Mahamudu Baumia.
Opposition there and
free actually.
James Kwabena Bonfair.
We are sure as you.
James Kwabena Bonfair.
Why you confused?
Obi. Na ye denya Kabila ne Pius. Share the be good studio ha na de adende na ba.
Eric Uba na Pius Uba.
David, I said, teamwork and
honey be yakao. Me to was what could
Pius. Now we are zooming straight into well, obviously a one topic conversation. What drink in the what in an interview and someone what is a minister can you now me patch
Obi me dase ne de kama menchia obi na menchia ye tifo nyina Obi me bra ho papa na menuano mo mpanyin wa ha bijimi de se omuso aduoma no betum
yes
but yem shishie Ghana maybe some who say ye koya na say ye buy
Eric
Doc enya stresem
ono kan Eric J
yeah some here pa
yes
che ni aye nyina no Ghana man betum pon akonanim enuntina Obi, me see, mubisa se enti Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen, e wa Asempa FM.
Enti tobe ni nyina echi no. Ye ko 2024 abatu no. Na abana ye tu ye no. Yera His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ni president obedi ye. Menua penyin Honorable Agboja ni road minister no obedi ye. Menua Eric J. Ni da odi wa ban mu nyina no nti no Ekosiisen enu nie look in komo omadi in semo o maka no enu de enya me na meka Ghana fo wan kasa be kai ebi na yera sule a boy voices ni bi ene na media me see sa for estate for no omabua oman Ghana ye die but na ye nan go abonten dreamu kese pan wo wiase enie this is the mother of scandals to the extent say ya try right RTI request it was denied there was an appeal after minister na jia to muso mema information no minister no my information yes I call highways assign my information minister no assign call internet so the information bi akoto dwa e wo internet so na ne nyina ye information ba akon enura ye daya ahomachen na obi asori akọ information no yakosisa no say contract be no sikana RTI request answer na mu ankasa mu di ma ya mu bo over 800 million no afa de anajo de sumu ya da no na ya sisan figure no no wonder the learned judge ne ka say ebinum ti ase kwa ye fa so e create ye lutu na ya share ya sana babium. Now look, obi yeti kromo ha oman ha na scandalo na MPP for scandal e no manka e na Ghana for CEO yati ye beto abana mamobium e na some of the scandals aye kafa MPP ho no ebi ni o you see energy minister ya appointing no say onko vetting committee abra MPP for ne doso e was a vetting committee no because at that time no na nye na majority no you see minister no e ko bribe donkuma na e war vetting committee no so omunji ntum ade no so e simple majority o you see a scandal yura Boache Jako energy minister okay you see a scandal Capre basei anko bebia o NDC force a scandal. You see Ministry of Trade be ye program B na omu mpese omu di Ghana sika enebe organize enti omu ankasa no in their creativity no oma ye fundraising and omo hihye nkonwa se wo a wo ba no ye ton ticket na ticket no ti se wo cost stadium popular stand wo ho na VIP wo ho no ya hihye ne se wo a wo betina VIP no wo ticket no ne buo sunu ne buo na wo a wo so wo popular stand no sunu wo buo enti VIP ne se wo akonwa no e ben baby o mampanyin eti selfie na wo pekura baby a wo ti no betumi atwa na wo de akokire wo ma enti wo ticket ne de eye surunko kakra almost your cash for seats scandal. Obi okay. Me see I'm on my Ghana capre but say ankum. Me ameti ha. Oh yes, bibi the Australia visa scandal. Abai na mfa teku anatekuba anakapre. Amame say yemfanfa obia emfanko Australia. Obia ni wiase a oye journalist ya. Oba me menim say opese oko Australia. Mi ankasa as deputy minister say mi pese mi call Australia na anka eye GOC for na be visa mame because omu no mu ye games organizers say World Cup ebe FIFA is not dealing with government of Ghana. FIFA is only dealing with the GFA because eye kuo FIFA no eye independent organization football clubs and a kambomu enti there is no relationship between FIFA and the government of Ghana. Bibi omu ye bia no eye courtesy. Misi abaino sidi sempo ambe faye nsem obia mpo eni ho a oba manimu se mintre ni din kekempo se ope Australia ko minye juma o Australia High Commission
o agugodro
minye juma o Australia High Commission yesi Ghana phobia kodu Australia ayapamu omu CEO ye scandal omu say a scandal. Ene Ghana sika 73 billion not million billion. Yabeka ni twi mo say PPP pacho buame. Wo de wonim say me comedian ayigbetwi. Me free volta na me nyin we so jaman. Ena ene me bedroom studio ha madaroma. Enti billion no de nka me krom kasa nka metumi aka. Twi no 73 billion obi pacho buame. Me pese amanfo etiase. Me si sa sika no me ba no. Ma sorry dan. Obi a onim sika mu sikasemu wo si me ma sorry dan. Yes sisa sika no into 50 Ghana cedis note wa. Na e pakia ebe ye me ma sorry dan no ma. Sasika no ho komo na edie me pese amanfo hu mfoni no e wo mutirimu enya 200 Ghana note wo se ye bonu 50 cedis note a e betumi a hye maso enye se e betumi e be ma sorry no dan no ma ye ma sasika me ye kwatle me Roman say sasika no ho komo e na ye die na de na aba ni aba ne se obi na no 2016 ye koye e kwan fufuro bi ewo do de papeso nkwanta kwan no so
paso account 3 minutes
mate do de papeso muno
yes 2015
me pese me kai yen sa Jibril Kanazoe sa kwan no na di ba yo ademudie je be mu yedi car no according to not according from na yesi yedi car no e de ama Ghana ban security so mu yusu o man nka se o mu hia ka o but yedi ade no ko che wo mu ni nasefo ta kwan no ye no ye man penyin say contractor no wa ya de ama yewura John Dramani Mahama say contractor na ya de ama Ghana contractors mun kona mun kosua asphalt no ene ufa charge GTP krana ugugu say ye di oman bi sika asphalt road ya how many years ansana kwanu betumi asay ya ye betumi a kire wo say charge GTP me wa hana me check obetumi charge GPT see at least 25 to 30 years there asphalt road there ye ni ya
2015 contract was not an asphalt onim the oka fact
that's all
yo yenko yenim
nti tresan
o de mi ka say asphalt
Eric
na den na okay
o jambo teme mi nim America o minim America
2015
minim America
minim de oka
o nyabotre
kasa yetio
ye kwana ye 10 years old no kwana ye 10 year old no ye sa kwa no 25.9 million euro enye cedi na obi aka say inflation abem 10 years after contractor na ye si yenkosua adwuma won Ghana contractors ye nim kwan yo yenkosua wo Burkina Faso ni no ho no after 10 years pewo ye si ye san kwa ye sa kwa no afi de nkrata aba empenyifo ne bi ene dive down kukuemu ekoye nhwehwemu enye sa ade a amanfo de to abontin there bi na omu mpesa amanfo betie enti RTI request no kra no they declined it eye force ansana information ne pie obi sik kwan a ye de 25.9 million euros a year nano 10 years ago ene ya double SND bi aka ho over 60 million euro ena de yes akwa no obi amanfo se mayenka ho asem na enye hwe yes I agree price no betumi asisa but ebesisa every 25.9 million euro akwa ko do 60 and over million euro.
But won't you want to look at the scope of work now in the new contract?
A different scope.
Dressing, that's the way asphalt.
Yeah, friend rehabilitation.
I'm a friend of rehabilitation.
Debbie.
Rehabilitation is a term of.
Oh, Debbie. Obi, and me maybe some engineers or my church and friend rehabilitation.
Do you know that the in Sawem to Fanko Road is
rehabilitation?
Minim.
Okay.
You don't know. Now, in Sawem to in Sawem nyabotre question na obi sam no kwan na ye no na ye kwan be na ye ne den.
Yeah, but I'm saying rehabilitation can be doing the road. In fact,
maybe say ye den kwan na ye yo.
Say they 10-lane road. Yes.
And ye asphalt na ye sapiti.
Asphalt.
And I tell say a sapiti and I person we in the asphalt ya. Want to mean friend rehabilitation. But a year coin for a woo year, a year asphalt road ya. Who say yen asphalt no. Ube to me a friend rehabilitation.
Yeah, but the name in the contract document here, rehabilitation of.
That is it.
That is what is in the contract. And
I tell say. It tells you say it exactly. That's what the point I'm making. It's consistent. And you say
so you're not saying different things.
Yes.
You make the point.
We are saying the same things. And you dada na and I say yeah. And you fufrobi and I hear you. In any case, the people who have looked at the document, Papa na obetina hano.
Yes.
Or say there is a lot of similarity between the scope of work on that road and the scope of work that we are doing now. In any case, Obi, if there is not even a similarity, now see and also abeye 10 lane, and I say abeye 5 lane, and I say abeye 6. I say by this and come back because asem kesi, and it will raise the questions of need. Do we have the need for maybe 3 lane, 4 lane in some places? Because sebi Ghana for no, yenyina sebi yadwene yedwuma. Want to me be kire and say sebi mimi krom kwa me de ko me chrome. Yeah, what be you 4 lane. What is the economic viability of the road, for instance? Okay. So we know, and that is why they have not come to deny. Say, road na it is not entirely different in scope. That has never been the argument. So don't play the devil's advocate for them and create
but what they have said though, and they said this time it would be asphaltic and yet surface dressing.
Concrete.
That's what they have said now. With the new one,
Obi, na enu when eka.
The minister.
Okay, no even.
Oh,
go and check the contract document.
Parliament way.
But the contract document who say na one for the aba how mo ka no.
They are okay, yes, na no ka no.
The contract document na wo ka no. Enu one say enu bi na yes sorry ahomachi a ade na mo respond mo assign for the minister. Highways assign mo dia to internet no and then no mo call assign cost no say 600. And all of those things no say be Ghana for yenyan kola. So the games that are at play no enunti na media in conclusion Obi. Me, I believe, sir, these matters should not be laid to rest. There are more questions. There are questions, major questions
to be answered
about this matter of scandals. And you know, Parliament must come in this one.
Okay.
Minim say enche omobe
should there be a special audit?
There should be a special audit from the Auditor General. There should be a bipartisan inquiry into this matter. Yen ni TV show live. Me see cash for city krampuna aban sike ni mo krona about TV show. Yen no embra TV show na document the bibia obia hu because ade amu ye kra no. Na nka ni kwan se mu be ye so mu hye yen bo se mu nye so but then more yes so saucy. Me people say so saucy is in the law. Obi, I'm telling you, me, I agree in principle. Say even though so saucy, allowed under some specific instances in the Public Procurement Authority. No, my personal position is that we should not encourage it. We should move. We should move. No, we cannot because there will be emergencies here. But I would have thought that the principal position that let the norm be competitive tendering, no, we should move towards that one. Because inherent in it, there are some steps to be a bebua, not a questions ni be a chini pedria within that process, no, na ya cure, na ya cure those way no. Me wo bakumi no be ba ma me no
Eric
Obi
respond to enough James Dr. James
Medase
na me reconcile
Kabila Obi Medase na nke be ye me fese anka senior menu apani ya sorry koyi na nke ne betena ha che na nka questions ayewo na ebusa ne but that is the politics of it yet yes na unim de ye me wan anwumre de ye me wan anwumre pa yote
don't go personal
no nya personal ne kwanya offer so my description and the way you see and are you okay? Yeah. Say pious stay here. No kasi way you see so kasa ya no asande no be kan examples no say ono kra de ya wanye hwe no. You say scandal. Pious.
Yes.
Yet opposition ya ma appointment. And ye ne ma CEO.
David.
Ye ne ma deputy minister.
David.
And Kwadana eko Australia na no more granting interviews na bi mo se ejo mo 40,000 ejo mo 35 me ba kan wanu tum me ba
obua
o kasa ma edin
na but you
write it down
it's not
he should write it down.
If you decide to respond to Sanya man,
may respond mini Obi yes and I'm saying start to kasa yen ne wakasa 20 minutes into me water.
Obi, it is important that we put
no don't put anything on record. Odi jai kasa me say
Obi anywhere Obi
Pius on say kwan na nkan odan a o say kwan na tene wo asem we ba kuruma wo bo wa kura na wusu ene we nya hwe bo say me ba yeah you
anamumu abe mumu sumu be chimi mumbe ya yeko
oh jai kasa na min kan bi Obi
Entroni propaganda say ya
there me pese obi ate ase ene say amanyo sem ne yeyo and civil society organizations no so no omo akwanya say omo de omo ho e hye kan bi ma men kan bi we ma na eno na ma ne yakono na owura no baaye no ubusa ne nsem bebre Obi this conversation started no say wo hwe Fourth Estate for no social media handle na ade achi bia ye wo kwan a ye de asem no fasoba Obi ye shase no
they said that's the editorial discretion.
Yes omo shase no de na omo kan say contract mako ahodo 81 yeah big push ni nyina ye contract ahodo a so source ya ban we e de ama obi se okai pa ena minister no ko mra shebedwa fie no kokko chense no mu kakra na obi wa hu meti hai so sourcing kwanya e fa so e de ma contractor so omonye adwuma yenim se wo mra no mu de like no purport so boss am voice am see yakeka bi esi ni ade in opposition then you can adren your position on some specific projects bia Auditor General raised the issues. Yes, the press conference based on the issues that Auditor General raised say because here in the sales source no almost you say a boy no cry about times 3. Yeah, a call competitive tendering and can do sir. Yeah, you can't Sunyan airport then at the can. So that was the argument I mean you making is some of us we also transported it. But the year can is see Asempa ni fie obia mo krono obia nkofo obia de ena obi nkase na ade ayira obi yeti kromu hai institution bia ba abonten oman mu hai institution bia ba abonten se contract ahodo a ya award de ama contractors no ya ye obi de kana sichi kwan so tell me yeah that's sorry na ai nsɛmtwere ni aba abonten se ono agina mraso atro throughout TI e dey copy information from the ministry and the ministry na furnishing information and no post to social media and ono no trimu no on tinye masi enema no enye fema no nto zuze bibi wo. And I love how ana ubusa questions say and this say wadwen mu na odi we nyine ba ochina bi ne yakase bibi ani mu a what will you say eno na me busa na me wanyima no no sorry call obi and some obobo so ni nyina no emu de ahe na obetimi aka chem say scandal.
Oh, so what for example, we neighbor to Cape Coast, one lotter or yen a calculation almost 124 million per kilometer. That's that to him.
One so now ubusana scope of work near the other. And ubusana no say correct technical people no. Okay.
And I said,
they're not a technical person. But ubusana or say correct technical for no, they should come out and speak and tell us why almost supported the fourth estate for Nekano. Because you can't come out and tell me say this is the position of fourth estate. Mobe can we you be sawa or say I'm a technical person. And a minister number Bontebeka say so sir yama a 54 under big push and ameboa 7 air restricted. Nempo no figure na omo kambo mo kokonya bi no ye wo ebi wo ho a na the previous administration eye hu adwuma no ye mako 23.
Yes.
Ya na ni nyina yeso source. And okram say me print copy e dey buy. Enti sa so source document na omo printed the can ho a ye de ma menua pani a o de betena hai. Eye de o kan de can obi this one Juwe. Okay. The Kutawi ya title ne say big push anameboa.
Yeah, big push ongoing
projects. Ba ohwe projects e wo krata we su nyina mako 23 ni nyina e projects under Nanado Danko Akufuado any award the contract no. But ye buy no the ebehu ye ne se na foto a ye betam sika de free mu akwa ye adwuma no na ye problem. And okay, ye born to a kind of flagship ahodo ani sie ni so kese ani ye can big bush ye buy ne de sika dodo na ko se ya kwan ahodo a Ghana for dodo na kasa no ye mo foto a ye de big push rules nti ye mfa we nya den enkonko kan ho nti se obetimi abobo
on this list no already one issue and the issue ne say even though mo claim say 23 ni nyina no we awarded na Nanado no o share this document award date na it be a 12 October 2025. It be a 2022. It be a 2023.
Obi abaya sesa transition aba contract ahodo a ne ye ya frefre contractors bebre and so follow deputy minister crowd parliament. I say after say omo some auditor or some institutions we mu refund this can be near there. So we called them back. My main family constituency for example, Jamai not Gene Sampa route. Rango na no work on so.
Sure.
Me de men say me bo akase. After say 2 minutes sign ya rango je juma na ye ne ye ma pressure say contractor no nko back na pam bi ani omuntem ano ho ba pam
na contract and kasa ni ho
okwa they don't even know how to speak about it. What am I saying? And near man kakran na ewo ho na omo perceive as contract na aban bia suru kabo enti ye ne omo ntena se ne yemfa ne man tutu yi na kwan ye fa so mo ma no ho ba nkrata asem kakra omo ye fa ho no ye hu kwan be fa so aye na ye mra kwan so then we start with them.
We are waiting on 12 November 2025
Rango yes ye to about time ben
so it was
Debbie ye to about December
yes
maybe 2024 near Twaba
2025
very good and I say after say ye buy no Rango no nko kwan no so biem na Rango nya adwuma ho na me free obi anim say the jana mine of quantity. I remember many region council of state representative you call Rango office bear 4 times you call minister office bear 10 times because they be a demonstration you say I'm Robert Sabakwan so you are robbing Kofo. So what do you supposed to do? Enti ye buy no sa niema we nyina you put into consideration say aden na yemfa nko kan a big push no na foto na ayabo no yemfa ni nyina nye den enye adwuma obi ene de aka ho ne de so figure na omo di we be ka ho ene na ma minister no ko ya okoko chire mu say all these 23 contracts cry me beto ye ne bebre na chimato kakra den e wo ho ba na ni nyina ye so de ama no say ko na ko ye wadwuma
now
but ye ba ye no ye ne omo tena ase de chimato wo ho no chi na me ka no tie me
say contract
ni wa chi na me ka no
what are you continuing
asem na meka no tie me
o say contract
engage them and
China meka no ntia se me say me say they engage them but dimu kra no mo anye proper documentation so when we
then there
came
was
as a
contract to be continued in the first place.
Look at you
because you can't put something on nothing.
Utie me here
would that not be why they saying the
utie me here meba
so it's a new contract
obi anka se bibia e new ha tie me say all this contract ya awarded under NPP regime. But a home crata sem no dodo na enwie peye e na me de me krom kwan example ama yes and indeed ye to abawie almost 1 year obi na okra una na hwan na da obi almost 1 year Rango anko site ye ni na hia ayentote e na na Rango akọ site o ye adwuma the German of twen an say e kwan na ene ye 80 kilometers if gine ekusi Sampa border no so ho no say 2.5 years you say 3 years now mo de amaye no enru ho ne aye adwuma na wi enti say ye big push you say ye so source no ye de ye twen ye kwan but the year can oh no me but the year can say the fact is President Akufo-Addo de ma contract no na no nkire say abanya sesa ye ya ba aban mu no e wo say ye den ye twe ye ho ye den e di free ho enti ya ntwe ye ho amfiri ho ebiem obi o ka say nyina na o ka technical once they say utie the minister goja kan na also do say omo ye so source na hodo pi ba sa ne ma hodo omo ye nyina na ye ministry no ni agencies na wa ase no na ye adwuma ni nyina
na say they be a route
meba yes very good and it's a ministry no ni agencies na atena se na ya cost project ye wi na ye ko Ghana Institute of Surveyors na omo so kokwohwe mu ona omo ka se adwuma na wa ye no yenim de kwan so ye hunu say this is the right way to go ntimo betimi aye mo adwuma na se ministry ni de ama contractor na contractor was site
for so mo nim ho hwe o
emu de here
procurement for na mo ko news fan na no omo rep no ba news fan no say na all on the
na
procurement experts
na ben ye wie say the contract mo obi e de be kwa ko mo na de be ko PPA
sana on
wa ba ben mu da kasa so obi na wa ben de na oka no
but who said that boy
and I say tie me kasa so obi wa ba ben mu pen na ja de oka no no you were in government the ben ye wie documents ye time documents na e de akwa komo obi ebiem obi aha
ye consult you until was me ma kabila e kasa
woman 20 minutes oh
ma 20 minutes me pacho fa wa no si 1 minute aka
mumia no nyina so na me di kan ba
fa wa no si 1 minute
obi na say me
pacho
party me party
so what the can be that time na o wa ha nti
na de na me kan me ba de na me kan
to be bu obi na
wa nipa na kasa 20 minutes me so minim say me kasa 20 minutes I say for one no
kasa 20 no one time abo o de me say kasa me tie
oh yeah munya me issues na me be kama kan issue one I say time so kan de o kan azembe na o kan na 10 minutes and 9 minutes Obi maybe no Obi is not being fair to me but me tenase Sir, or your interview, be a Sammy Bermuda Cassabi into a tiny and free me time. Sir, no Swendi. Come over 20, na me in route 10, Osaka. What is some median every mamma? Only be account. Obi, a be who say, Sir, cost per kilometer agreement no more.
My young can be near and come.
Kabila, my fancy. Sir, cost argument no more. Per
kilometer.
Yes. And Ryan, so you share near a quaya who do pier, Union the mark contract. Any cost of kilometer. May those arguments. Ebi ane hu hia me said me make it said the all say obi a technical person. Obi Tema motorway project na eda ho no 19.5 kilometers.
Yes, Maripoma
there no. O check here and also 1 kilometer bia no e $17.34 million. O the bag Ghana sika mu CD ya 187 million Ghana CD per kilometer.
And the motorway na muzi.
Na motor say self-contained. Who sit down kwa okwan? Is that what you're telling me? Yes, maybe. Enti motorway na you can want some no. A kilometer of Tema motorway under MPP no modema contract. Ubusa question of spoke. Sorry, scope no. Also technical people. No, you're technical person. ABM Obi. No account dualization. Dualization adentani do what no so 22 kilometers. And also you check here no. Na scope no. Sorry, kilometer no. 60.33 million Ghana cedis per 1 kilometer. Enti so dey na newum. But we all know say ye kwan na uhu the scope of work na. And ultimately dey some argument or person. Maybe a mountainous area. Say ye ho kwan a enemy krum German of kwan the street. E ho enye pe.
Eric, you are in government.
All
bring
these
the
things
scope
are there.
And stop
so
the
what we are telling the
bring
people
the
of Ghana is there's no scandal.
Bring the scope. Bring the scope.
Anybody be honorable Kwame Agoje Juma
e opposition.
But ye be Ghana for Ejuma na mo de share yensa ye bonto ye ba mo nan so amose mo akwan ye no eno ho adwuma ne ye President Mahama Shebo say Ghana nyina beda no construction site ene me no ka se ko marriage na Sampa di baby road oka ho asem contractor gina so gidigidi omo ye brekum se kwa contractor gina kwa no so ye oko sunyane a yes sunyane ring contractor gina so ye oko Gambia contractor gina so ye so
Gambia no
fili gadochi
now
say unimu a it's over to you scandal biaba ya na baba ha be kan ho asem ba me no kasa ni there's no scandal anywhere for
this
even
the mother of
so many opportunities
construction
Obi
pious
omo ye construction no nche so mbedi sika no ye betumi dia ye nema bebre
Obi
doc
Reverend Louis Farrakhan and Okasemi.
Pious what say when you say Obi anya scandal you have
Osei when you see
great men
fall don't laugh learn
yeah.
Now come be to us or say learn because the things that push or make men fall you and I are not free from them. Nkomo akoso wo yi ade ba ko a me fi se EP mu ba ne se ehu hia se oman ye interrogate niema ema ye single source
procurement
sole source and restrictive tendering sa niema miensan we ye di nkomo ya na minua pani ba ko a oye technical person or the information be mame now it's important say me kind say be ya enye me area no.
Yes.
Source sourcing is a mandatory non-competitive selection where only one supplier exists in the market. In contrast, single sourcing is a voluntary strategic choice to use one supplier for specific goods despite the existence of others. Sole sourcing involves high risk dependency, whereas single sourcing offers better partnership potential. Now, my key differences: 1, availability. Sole sourcing is unavoidable because only one vendor exists.
Sure.
Single sourcing is chosen from multiple available options. Flexibility. Sole sourcing lacks alternatives if the supplier fails. Single sourcing allows the ability to switch suppliers if necessary. Reasons: Sole sourcing is driven by patent, proprietary technology, or specialized expertise. Single source is driven by strategic partnerships, volume discounts, or streamlined logistics. Risk, which is the last point to make. Sole sourcing introduces higher risk of the vendor disruption and lack of price negotiation. Single sourcing poses risks if the relationship falters, but offers more control over the selection process. Bottom line, they say, the way you see ye near Koma ye dear. And Nuntina Yemrum say, contract be or as I say, single source. If you want my say, sole source. If you want my say, competitive bidding. If you want my say, restrictive tendering. Now, many pious who didn't come be a wetria. The use of the word abuse, and also we for BB, it exists in all these contracts, all of them, even competitive bidding. Oh, the almost friend insider trading war. And the abuse, make me a case, yen you know a casa and ra, car say something was being abused. No, perhaps they misspoke because Erica can't say be say. It followed from audit report. Audit report, when you say is subject to Public Accounts Committee. Until Public Accounts Committee, Asia, a tuton kofano mo mayeno. Won't mean kase a conclusive. Enti na audit report no krama yeno. Na conclusive. But we run to town with it. And I nya on Ekosi ye. Ye mano ye say unya ye sole source. And a single source no. Not just say, Bonnie be about him. And no, I'm asking, oh, I'm being honest with you. Pilots are introducing new dimensions. I'm not going there because I know my technical for no. If it's a technical for no, Eric, and I'm happy say now we insist say Suli as some more kind young yachino. Dear me no, ye dear nibe who say say no. Technical for no be who say beer. So see be boom. Ebine word be an we use about rehabilitation. Yeah. The word may be ordinary for us, but it has its technical meaning. What different connotation classing said the BC Atiasiafa. It is very important for me, say a better sir. Now, Nuntina may make us say, you best set up a commission of inquiry
into these projects in general.
Judgment Debt Commissioner, I Marcel, enemy senior justice. Mammy, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 6 months, yeah. 1 year, dear doctor. And so, there be the appointment of a commissioner of inquiry.
Cannot be so commissioner.
But then, Obi, the important thing is say, period be to say we are 2013 to data. A bad boy, my rational.
Yes.
Now, Boama, young among your four, a toda, you didn't send me a chimuno. I settle, Sasson, was there judgment that won't come out before. Because, sir, so source in the same way. Minia Payosnum before 2016 on the campaign. Minia Erika Jenum 2024, 2024 on the campaign. All Yasro Yasumani be. I know you're very important for me. Then the issue also is beneficial contractors now almost benefited so source. Ownership. Beneficiary owners. Beneficiary owners. Any your friends saying shareholders of these companies. Last point I mean make it Obi and they say oh my God na your team. Your capacity as a one. It is based on a certain understood or stated standard. Nti yaka se company bi A1. Ya wonema ya hye. Thank you. I just say where ye A1 ayi. It includes na dwuma ya 4 almost status and almost capacity say Our architects is saying, our engineers saying,
capacity of contractor.
I'm not going
very well. And a company less than a year.
The question is capacity makers and finally will be the American answer. There are standards.
That's fine. You don't understanding of capacity, no, and commercial.
And yes, subjective.
I'm saying he's saying that they are stated.
Obi. Yeah, we shake Ghana well. Now, Mama Joyce Ayi, belated happy birthday.
Nadok.
Wish.
Nadok.
Now, no Saturday and
road construction. Sika, ye di bako ye rehabilitation of it.
Welcome to the Bamu Penso and Kenyu.
Road construction. Sika, ye di bako ye renovation wo Fida Road office.
Who of Philadelphia, Ghana, SDA, USA. God bless you. We for CEO of IMAC Roofing and happy birthday. Ghana, Germany, international friendly match. Good evening.